Hey, Vincey. Hey, everybody. What's going on? 101 live on Arsenal doing the England game. They're now playing the national anthem. I can hear it on Vincey's TV as well. Sorry, I dropped my microphone. So I went live and I had no audio. So I had to go in and get that sorted out. Italy in the house. Vincey sporting and donning the Italy colours. How are you doing, mate? Vincey, can you hear me?
Apollo?
Yeah, I can hear you now, bro.
Okay. Yeah,
Excellent.
so I'm like just got to the anthems. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just finished setting everything up and didn't have time for dinner. So, man, I'm going to weather the storm here with everybody, and I'm going to hopefully get through this with no food. I've got Mr. Kipling's cherry bakewells to help me through, and one packet of cheese and onion Walker's crisp. So that's gonna see me all the way through. And then obviously I've got my amber nectar, some apple juice there, and that's gonna carry me through. Hey everybody, how you doing? It's got to 18. What's going on, bro? What's going on, mate? What predictions have we got here? Let's fire it up. I've got my Xbox next to me, and I got the game on live BBC iPlayer, and really looking forward to this. Vincey, first of all, I should talk to you about the Italy's team sheet. I've got the England team sheet here. While you're doing that, can you go through the team sheet, Vincey, and I'll try and get the Italian one up.
Okay, so for England, we have Jordan Pickford in goal. We have Kyle Walker, Luke Shaw, Declan Rice and John Stones, Harry Maguire, Captain Kane, Raheem Sterling, and the only change really is Kieran Trippier for Saka, and Calvin Phillips and Mason Mount. So yes, the only change being Kieran Trippier for Saka for England, and slight change of formation, 3 at the back for England.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Trippier. I've gotta be honest. They're going through the Italian team now here, but I can't find anything in regards to the team sheet. Let me just try something else. Italy, here we go. Right, I think this is the direct. Yeah, this is. So I'm actually on the Italian Twitter page. If I can't find a team sheet here, got one. Right, okay. Hold on a second, mate. I'll be there.
I think England have gone for that formation to get to half time, still in the game, and to stifle Italy, really.
Message from my cousin Daniel. Daniel said, "Well, go on, cuzzy. Hope all is well. 3-1 to England win. Big up my kids. Yeah, big up to my little cousins, man. Big up to my little cousins. How you doing? Hope you enjoy the game. And with that Italian blood, though. Yeah, I hear that, my brother. I hear that. I'm just going to get Vincey to go through his boys right here. Let me just get the live screen going on and share the Italian team. Here we go. What a team. What a team. Yeah, Vincey.
So we have remember in goal, Di Lorenzo, Bonucci and Chiellini, captain. And then we have Emerson and Barella. I'm really pleased Barella's starting.
What about Jorginho?
Yeah, Jorginho. Hold on, I haven't got there. Yeah, Barella. Yeah, Jorginho. Yeah, Jorginho's a staple there. But I'm really pleased with Barella because he can really go both ways, which is going to be cool for Italy there. Verratti in midfield. Don't think he's going to last more than 60 minutes, to be honest. And the likes of Locatelli coming on to replace him. Big man up front there. Chiesa on the right-hand side. Left-hand side with Immobile, who's, for me, very fortunate to start the final. And Insigne there as well. So there's no change really for me for Italy. They're versatile. They're gonna play really good touch football and try and get behind England. And England just got to keep their structure. They keep their structure, England have got a better bench for me, and their pace on their bench, using the right areas, is going to cause Italy some serious problems come second half.
Yeah, so a big shout out to everybody. I've got to give everyone a shout out and a mention. My cousin Daniel, G, what's going on? G says, fasten your seatbelts, folks. Whatever happens, it's going to be special. Mikey in the house. What's going on, my cousin Mikey? Mikey in the house, balling as usual. Mikey says, what's up, Daniel, Apollo, and everyone? Mikey, I hope you enjoy the game, man. Kuke saying, Sterling
Great
starting.
goal by Luke Shaw. Great
What?
goal by Luke Shaw.
What?
Oh my gosh. Beautiful cross over the back. Italy didn't compensate. Luke Shaw was unmarked, and a first-time shot from Luke Shaw goes in off the post.
Holy shit!
Wembley is going crazy.
Oh my God!
Absolutely crazy right now. England are 1-up in 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
Bro, what the hell is going on here? Why? Mikey's just said England has to score first. Well, they most definitely have. Kuke saying, Apollo, you've tipped me over the edge already. In emotional edge, I'm already in tears. And Mikey's also saying 1-0. What is going on here? What is going on? I'm just watching it now on my screen. I'm just watching the replay.
Beautiful finish. Kieran Trippier, beautiful cross over.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes here at Wembley.
At the back. Hits it down into the ground. Get extra pace onto the ball. Donnarumma, no chance whatsoever.
Unbelievable.
And England are 1-up.
What on earth is going on? What is Daniel saying? No way. Yes, yes. My God.
Can I just say, there's a stat that most people may not remember. Obviously, I wasn't born, but I had a chat with my neighbour and asked him what he was doing in 1966, and he said he was working on the day when England won. But he did say to me that it was raining that day. That day it was actually raining.
Wow.
And imagine, look what's going on in Wembley right now. It's raining.
Yes, it's raining. Yeah, it's a pure British weather. This is unbelievable, guys. This is unbelievable. I'm just getting so much composure. Look. Oh, what a finish.
Great finish.
What a finish. That is Monreal-esque. What a finish. He hits it first time. Ball does take a bounce. Keeper's got no chance.
No chance now.
I mean, that's going to open up the game. Italy and England are renowned to be two defensive teams. And this was due to be a stalemate all the way up until full time. Now the game's going to completely open up. Barely 2 minutes on the clock, everybody. On the left wing. What is going on?
I think for me, Italy can play both ways. They can play both ways depending on the opponent. What was key for England so far? They've started fresh. They've started with pace and positive. You know, the key thing, for England to win this game, they've got to keep their emotions in check and play with their head.
Yeah.
Got ability and the confidence. Remember, these guys, most of these guys may not have experienced too much international hurt like some of the older guys.
Yeah.
So they can play with no fear. They're playing good football. They deserve to be in the final of a major tournament. Seize the opportunity, and they're doing it. They're really doing it. Great finish by Shaw.
Unbelievable. I'm just in shock. I mean, Kuke says, superb technique from Shaw to control the volley at the back post. G, who's an American, says, the dream start for you, dude, but there's still a long way to go here. Go USA. What do you mean go USA? I saw you lot get beat up last night. Do you mean go USA? Let's talk. I saw you lot get beat up by Nigeria, the dream team of the NBA, the American basketball team, got hammered by Nigeria. That's a wake-up call, bro. That was a wake-up call. Oh, my God.
Oh. Yeah, it's going to be a strange one for me, guys. I can't celebrate any goal right about now.
I know.
It's watching football, adrenaline's going crazy inside of me, and I'm just,
God.
yeah, I have to manage health. So it's
absolutely mad. G says a dream start for you. I read that one already. Daniel, and England looked nervous starting those 40 seconds. Sloppy corner, and they gave it, but there you go. Bang, bang. G says, I knew that I was going to mention that about the basketball. Vinci, did you see Nigeria beating the Dream Team last night?
No,
Oh, God.
I had an early night last night.
Nigeria hit 23 pointers on them.
Wow.
It was ridiculous. Kuke says it was Luke Shaw's first ever goal for England. I mean, that's the timing of it all. Oh, my God. Absolutely in shock. Hold on, Vinci. Just updating Lisa with the score there because she's like, I wonder if I should want it. I said, Lisa, everybody in England's watching it right now. This is madness. Absolutely madness.
Yeah, I think people don't understand that England are the favourites, in my opinion, tonight, based on their current form.
Yeah.
But if you look at the history of Italian football in England, then Italy should be the favourites going into the final.
Last week when we were doing commentary, looking at the competition as a whole, I thought they were probably just favourites, not by much.
Who? Italy?
No, England. I thought England would be favourites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because remember, I said to you, no one scored against them in open play in the whole tournament.
And also, you know, they got to the semi-final of the World Cup. You know, they're the form team when it comes to here. So getting to the final is a great achievement for them. Can they go one better and win it? But they've got some, as I said, they've got some firepower on that bench that haven't really had an opportunity in this tournament to really unleash. And this is probably the better game for them to really do that come second half.
I mean, I've got to be honest, and you know me, I'm always honest and humble. I have not seen there's one player in the whole tournament that I've seen give England trouble, and that's Havertz. They couldn't handle him. His movement, his ability to go past them in the final third, they really struggled against Havertz when they played Germany.
And that's what I'm saying. That pace and that and intelligent.
Yeah. But everyone else they have seemed to have dealt with quite well. I mean, how can you go 6 games into a major tournament and not let one goal in from open play? That's never happened before. I said on was it the Ukraine game? I said that the only team who's had their first 4 games with clean sheets was England, and that was in 1966 when they won the World Cup.
Yeah, and you've got to look in this Italian squad. You know who's going to play, who can really play like Havertz and cause England that trouble that he did. And it's a slightly, obviously their system of play is different. Italy will tend to play triangles, 1-2s, and get behind you. And this is why Woku, the Brazilian, and not the Belgian player. Who caused Italy so much problems. He's very similar to like a Sterling. Tricky, plays out wide, can cut in and shoot. That's the type of player that can cause Italy problem. It's for England, they've got to play 1-2s and the diamond.
Yeah. G is talking about something about article reactions with likes and dislikes. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about. England again coming on the attack, and Italy deal with it. Vince is probably. Let me see. Is he in his front room or his bedroom?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're probably ahead of me because I'm on BBC.
I'm downstairs now. I'm downstairs.
Oh, so you're way ahead.
I'm ahead.
I think Carl Walker looked like he was offside there on that replay. I'm at 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
I'm in 11:17.
Oh,
Sorry,
bloody
but
hell, yeah.
I just the shot was beautiful. I didn't get excited, but it was just a great strike in off the post. You know, I just had to. It was just a shock to just see the ball going like that. So
Yeah, it's
game.
weird for you because you've grown up being an England fan just like me, and then you get exposed to all these other things. Like, for me, it was the Reggae Boys, and since 1998, I've been kind of more following them. And I haven't really watched an England game in the last 6 years. You yourself, big Italian fan. But yeah, I mean, I desperately I want England to do well because we've never seen in our life. I'm 53 years old. We've never seen in our lifetimes England win anything.
Yeah, the thing is, people don't understand why I support Italy, but when I grew up a passionate football fan,
Yeah,
and I realised very early I could not learn or get to the level I needed to by watching England and supporting it because it was stunting my passion. So I had to embrace the World Cup and the other teams. And back then, growing up, Italy, Brazil, Germany, West Germany, Argentina were the top side. Spain. So for me to watch the way how Italy played Brazil as a European nation and then dismantled them in '82, that for me that World Cup with Paolo Rossi changed my mindset of football. So, but at the same time, I've always wanted England to do well. You know, I was thinking today, it hurts me to see a generational talent like Glenn Hoddle not really achieve the level of what he should have in an England team because they didn't have enough of those players around him.
Yeah. It's just mad. Gerard, what's going on, Gerard? Gerard B saying, "What's up, Apollo? How's things? Brazil?" Yeah, I was gutted about Brazil. Do you know why? The panel have got this thing. We've got this thing. Like some of them think Messi is the best of all time. Well, the best footballer now. I say it's Ronaldo. And the one thing I've had over them is Ronaldo's taken his team to a championship, and Messi has never been able to do that. And last night, Messi finally got his team over the bar with a 1-0 win against Brazil. And yeah, I mean, you got to give him kudos for that. But did he really steer them? Was he the man of the match? Was he in control? I'm still saying Ronaldo is the best footballer of our time. I guess, you know, it's all subjective, isn't it? Yeah, it's down to your personal opinion. But I think Ronaldo's the best footballer. I just think that
here's the thing. I've said that, and when you understand and you play the game, listen. The generational talent that Messi is, he's a phenomenon.
Agreed.
It's absolute phenomenon. But you can't walk onto the pitch as one individual player and just do that and dismantle the team. And at times, Messi plays for himself. At times, where the other players in the team are open and he can supply them and he doesn't. When they play to him. What I like about Ronaldo is he brings he's
a team player. He's a team player.
But he's a team player, but also Ronaldo is greedy at times as well. But he does bring in the rest of his teammates and move the ball well. And I guess because he's the striker, he doesn't drop as deep as the likes of Messi to get the ball. So it's slightly on the optics. It looks different. But you're right in what you said. Ronaldo has led his country to a title, and it makes that difference. And it's a shame.
England going for the second goal. Yeah, go on.
It's a shame when you consider the talent within that Argentinian team that they haven't.
They are man for man. They are way more talented than Portugal, and I think that's one of the things for me, which is what shows that how much of a leader Ronaldo is. You know, they won this competition 4 years ago. Well, actually 5 years ago, considering it was 2016. But he led the team. Whereas, I mean, Ronaldo's had some astonishing players that he's played with. The front, you know, Cavani, Higuain, and that's just the strikers. Sergio Aguero, and then the midfield. We know about the midfield, the defense. They've got Martinez in goal now as well. He was voted the best goalkeeper in the whole of the Copa America. So well done to Martinez. I think he's one of the best goalkeepers in the world. I definitely think he's the best goalie in the Premier League. But that's just my opinion. A few of you have said Emerson, Allison, but for me, it's Emmy, man. I'm a big Emmy fan.
I think with the addition of Martinez for Argentina, you're going to see a different Argentina moving forward because the World Cup's only next year, and people think, okay, that those players are past their prime, but they've lacked that goalkeeper at that high class, and that's probably that can actually help them push and move a bit forward when it comes to challenging for the World Cup. Interesting. I was going to ask a question. When you look and you see how England are set up with the youngsters and they're playing the way they're playing, don't rule them out for the World Cup next year because it's about progression. Regardless of this result tonight, if they win or lose, it doesn't make a difference. For the World Cup, England's going to be a very strong favourite for that tournament.
Especially the way they play defence. And for them, they've always had the pressure from the media, pressure from the fans. And now, if they can win this, it's a big if, but if they can, that will do their confidence away the good. Because then they'll be able to go into the World Cup with their shoulders down, relaxed. No pressure, because if they win today, they would have done something they haven't done in 55 years. So it's that pressure that would be alleviated for me. England are not settling for the 1-0 win at all.
And also consider, the game's going to be, the tournament's going to be played in Qatar. So you're going to have a style of football that's got to be sensible under those conditions. And you look at the way how England move the ball now, they're very structured. Defensively, they're strong. And they've got quick plays in the right positions that can hurt teams. So, again, that style of play will help in those conditions.
I'm just reading the game a little bit here. I just wanted to point something out. Italy at the moment are losing the midfield battle. And there's one person that's really affecting that state of play. It's Harry Kane.
Yeah,
Harry Kane. Yeah, you can see here. These are where Harry Kane's actually dropping deep. And it's causing Italy are having all sorts of problems trying to pick him up. This pass map shows that he's dropping into the midfield and he's feeding Trippier. So England are looking more dangerous on that side of the field. For me, I think you've got to give credit to Gareth Southgate. I've been talking about over the last 3 games how he's been able to tactically show a different level at international, in the internationals. And right now, just looking at what he's done and how much Trippier played a part into making the goal. Listen, this is top of the chain football we're talking about here, guys. This is where it works. This is where you show your stuff. And Southgate right now, boy, I mean, after England, he can practically walk into any job he wants.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. When it comes to club football, if you can play with young players. Now, yes, this is international football we're watching here, but we've got young players. He's doing a business with young players. It's key. It's very important. You can have be tactically sound, but you've got to be able to motivate young players. If you can do that with senior players, when you get into a club football, that's where you're going to have a lot of senior players. And it's key for me that managers, whether you're at club football, you really do need to have a good understanding of young talent and working with them so you can develop them. And that will obviously help your club financially and moving forward.
So I just talked about Southgate. If he wins this, he can walk into any job he wants. Let's remember 2 England managers that also had that ability. Well, first of all, Bobby Robson, we know what happened to him. He was managing PSV Eindhoven. Terry Venables was managing Terry Venables was managing Barcelona. John Toshak, remember, he managed Real Madrid twice.
Yeah.
And Real Sociedad 3 times. I tell you, he can, if he proves himself in this tournament, he can write his own checks. G says Ronaldo for me too. Messi is ball greedy, which is what Vincey just said. 18 says easily Ronaldo. What about you, the rest of you guys in the chat? Who do you think is the best footballer in the world? Well, let's say over the last sort of decade, Messi or Ronaldo. Which ones would you choose? The game right now is pretty much balanced out. It's still a midfield battle.
Guys, and this is another thing that I said about balance that England have. They've got and it's very astute with Southgate. He had the opportunity to play Saka today, but he didn't. He chose Trippier. But what Trippier will do, he'll do exactly the same thing that Luke Shaw will do on the left-hand side. So that gives a beautiful balance to that England. They can cross the ball left or right-hand side and cause England some serious trouble without losing their structure. Without losing their structure. And that's, for me, is the key thing. If they can do that, then the defensive partnership of Bonucci and Chiellini, they're going to be stretched because they don't know where to go. Either side. If it was just one person, you can mark that person out.
Yeah, I think right now, what's hurting Italy, I mean, last week when we was watching Spain versus Italy, I said to Vincey, Italy's strength is in the midfield. In fact, both of the teams didn't really have outstanding strikers. And that's where Italy have got the job done, in the midfield. What Southgate has done is he's playing 5 in the midfield. He's literally playing with a back 3. And that width is hurting Italy at the moment. England have width, and it's causing Italy all kinds of issues. Trippier and Luke Shaw are getting forward, and they're sweeping the ball to each other as well. And it's right now, the shape looks extremely good. I'm shocked. I'm in shock.
I have been championing back 3 football for years. I know certain people will turn around and say no, 4 at Arsenal and so forth. Back 3 football gives you opportunity to move the ball. It's how you want to move it. It's not just be static and think, okay, back 3, you're playing defensively. Italy are attacking with a back 3 right now in this tournament. And what we have to do, we've got to, if you have the right versatile players, whether it's 4 backs or right backs, play the back 3 and have your midfield being creative. Move the ball in triangles. This is where we've been very stagnant as a club when it comes to triangles. This is where fans are getting frustrated because it's unattractive.
G says, Vincey, you're so right. Look at Arsenal. And of course, that's because Arsenal was beating the best teams in the Premiership with a back 3. They won the FA Cup with a back 3. And as soon as the past season started, and they shifted to a back 4, well, you can say that they had more points and the second best record in the league after Christmas, but the fact is they finished 8th. So, the back 3 was looking really, really good. Arsenal looked better in the back 3. And then we were utilising the likes of Maitland-Niles, and we were just a different team.
I mean, as I say, you've got to allow players to have with the ability to do damage. And, that was the positive thing that I saw with Arteta in there. But I'm just pleased for Southgate. I'm really, really pleased with him. I don't know if you guys can remember Southgate at Crystal Palace. Great football brain. Very defensive, but a great football brain.
Sterling is just going past their midfield at will.
And was able to bring the ball forward. And it's just nice to see a young manager develop his crafts as a manager and block out the English media. Block them out, because for me, they've just stopped England from progressing because they want to control who plays, their favourites. The England manager's got to play all these players. Southgate's doing it with sense.
Well, I mean, we're seeing Chiellini and Bonucci like we've never seen them tested before. I mean, look, the ease that Raheem Sterling is just going past players. He's been the player of the tournament for me.
You see, I've said this for about 4 games now. Italy's problems is as much as they've got Immobile up front, he just doesn't. He's not a point man for them. He's not helping them out at all. And you know, whenever they swap him with Berardi, they look to be a little bit more better.
Yeah. But see, Italy would know that. Italy would know what we know, which is that the strength of the England team is Declan Rice and Calvin Phillips. They would know that. So what has Southgate done today? He's gone with Walker and Trippier. Walker, a guy who we said hasn't done anything in the tournament. Trippier, who barely has played. All of a sudden, the two of them now are on the flanks, and they're delivering. They're comfortable in the midfield. They're delivering pace and quality in the midfield, and they're nullifying the Italian attack, and they're pushing them back. I think Mancini, tactically, I think he's got to reorganize. He's got to make some changes, and definitely, even though fans want to see Walker charging down that right hand, he hasn't needed to. He hasn't needed to do that, and the safety net is that both Walker and Trippier deliver the ball well, and both of them are quick. So if needed, if England are stretched, they've both got insurance down that right hand side. Yeah.
So win for England.
I mean, it's crazy. Kane is on the halfway line, and Mount is pushed up in an advanced position, and Sterling is playing up top. Nay, how are you doing? How are you doing, man? I hope you're enjoying the game. It's really, really good to see you in the chat. I hope you're enjoying the game. You must be on fire, Nay. You must absolutely be on fire. It's been a cracking game so far. But 27 minutes has gone. Still a lot of football to play. And I think Italy have to reorganize their midfield because their back four's taken a hammering today.
Give it again, Kane. Give it again. You got Stones in there. Give it again.
Yeah. Okay, here comes Ebony. Ebony's coming into the stream right now, and we can't wait to hear what Ebony's got to say. Nay's saying, "Good to see you too. Great start, but it's still early doors for real." Ebony, the world is on fire at the moment. 2 minutes, England scored. They've gone 1-0 up. They have really hammered. The strength of Italy has been in the midfield. And they've really taken the midfield out of the game. And I just said to Vincey, Mancini's going to have to reorganize that Italian midfield. Otherwise, they went for a long day. England, it's just strange to see them play. Yeah, they look composed.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
What's going on, Ebony? How you doing?
Yeah, this is why I'm late, by the way. But yeah, I heard as after the goal went in, all I could hear was cheers out of pubs and from people's cars. But I've not seen any of it. But you know, the battle is always won in the midfield anyway, isn't it? So I'm just looking at it right now. Italy have got possession, and they're not doing very much. I can see England every time Italy get the ball and they kick it into a position, there's a white shirt there.
Yeah, it's the midfield. And the key change to this game was Emerson. I guess all of you guys was in the same position as me. I looked at the team sheet and I was like, where is Saka? And then Trippier came in. And what they're doing, guys, is if you look at Italy, Emerson has struggled to contain Trippier down the wing. You know, Leonardo Spinazzola, who's had a superb competition before rupturing his Achilles, he would have made a big difference in this team. But right now they can't handle England's midfield. The G says, what happened to Ebony Kingston? Why she was late?
Yeah. Why was I late?
Yeah.
My hair. Don't worry about the hair.
Oh, she was getting her hair did. She was getting her hair did. She looks good too, man.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God! I love your flag on your chest as well. That's Scotland, Jamaica.
Scotland Yard. Get it? Scotland Yard.
Oh, Scotland Yard, I like it. Well done.
Oh, Scotland Yard. I'm so done.
My
Man.
mum's watching a game in the in her room, and she's like, "Them score, them what, them 1-0 up." And she don't
Yeah.
watch football.
I mean, let me just go and check on my two. Hold on, I'll be back in a.
So, are you upset right now, Vincey?
No, Ebony, listen, I've lived. England have underperformed for me as a nation, and it's hard for me because I live in England, grew up, born in England, love football, and wanted to play football, didn't get the opportunities based on the mindset that England have with football.
Yeah.
For me, I supported a nation that I could learn football from and develop, and that allowed me to progress when I was playing football. So I'm happy in that regard. Today is a beautiful thing for me to see England play Italy and know that England have the ability and are playing football that can actually beat an Italian team. So whilst I'm wearing the shirt and proud of the Azzurri and supporting Italy to do well in the final, I know right now this is a tournament too soon for Italy.
Well, I'm just looking at this thinking they could do exactly what they did with Spain. Spain scored first, and then Italy got them on the counter.
Yeah, I mean, Italy can equalise, but England for me are too powerful in this as a squad right now with the injuries. They're too powerful, and what England have to overcome is the nerves and play with their brain. If they can do that,
yeah.
Football should come home. They should be winning the tournament. They were semi-finalists in the last World Cup.
Yeah.
So they're the form team when you consider. And it's for me, it's nice to. This country needs it. Kids need to see the national team performing. You look at sport. I support England when it comes to cricket. I grew up in a household where everyone's supporting West Indies, and I'm supporting. I like to support the underdog, so I was be supporting England. So I support England when it comes to cricket, and they've won the World Cup. They won 2020, so they've done well. The rugby team's done well, and you stop and you think, how many years? Why should England, as the country that birthed football, take so long to win another major trophy since '66? The kids growing up, for me, it's great that England are in a final, and it's great that they got a real good opportunity, because this is where the passion is going to be birthed for England to move forward as a nation. If they don't win things, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm not England's biggest fan, but I mean, this will help them, quite well. It will help them quell, the 1966 story over and over and over again, which is what's been happening since 1966. And you can hold a second.
Chiesa nearly scored. Beautiful dribble by Chiesa. That's what I'm saying. He got around Declan Rice. Look at this.
You see, this is what I mean about the Italian team. Like they can catch you. They can catch you on the counter, and look at them now. That was dangerous. I mean, it's wide, but this is what Italy can do. And you can have all the possession. You can have all the possession in the world, and it's what you do with that possession. And if you don't do anything with the possession, you'll end up scoring that goal, and that's it. And then the other team can just like park the bus. So, oops, hold on.
I tell you what, I don't know if most football fans can remember when they watched football on TV and you saw the passion in which players scored and they celebrated. I remember that goal by Tiardelli, and he's just running like this, running to the halfway line. It's those emotions as a kid that draws you to nations and to players. And some of the Brazilian goals that were scored in World Cups is great celebrations, and that's what you want for kids. Win, lose or draw, I don't care who wins tonight. I do think England are the favoured team, and they've started positively.
I just think that if you look at England's run up to now, they've not really played anyone difficult. They've had a pretty much an easy run.
I think Germany and Denmark were two very difficult games.
I thought Denmark was difficult. I just think that up until they met Denmark, they didn't actually play anyone tough. It's only when they got to Denmark that's when they actually played someone decent and actually gave them a test. The Ukraine didn't give them a test. The Germany didn't really give them a test. Croatia didn't give them a test. Scotland gave them a test, but Scotland didn't score. And then in the first match against the Czech Republic, they didn't really give them a test either. So, but we'll see what happens. But I can see Italy doing exactly what they did against Spain, and they've got to.
England's pressing the living daylights out of Italy. And what makes this worse for Italy is as the game goes on, England can bring on 2 or 3 midfielders, and then they can continue to step up on that pressure as the Italian legs start to go. They're missing Spinazzola badly, man. They're missing him. They're missing him.
I mean, it's the thing is you can't replace him. He's so key. And I think he was a very surprise package to the teams that played, to see how Italy were playing him, because no one could stop. The guy was unplayable.
He was unplayable. Yeah, I mean, Locatelli's still on the bench.
Yeah, and this is again my frustration. He's brought Verratti back, and straight away he's playing and he's stable in the team. And after 60 or 65 minutes, he tends to take Verratti off because he's tired. Then you start to see Italy, try to get back to playing football the way how they started.
Oh, that's a lunge. Oh, he's caught him on the side of his foot there. But he's not booking him.
You're not watching it via player, are you?
I have to. I got no TV in here, so I have to watch it on DVD player. Vincey, the only deciding factor here is when you look at England's bench, Grealish, Foden, Saka.
Foden's injured.
He's injured. Sancho.
I mean, what do you think? What you saying?
I'm saying in terms of Italy, we just mentioned they got Locatelli and they was missing their injured players. England still have so much more in their pocket.
They've got Saka, they've got Grealish.
Yeah, they've got Foden, they've got more in their back. I mean, Mount hasn't really played well today, I've got to say.
England have the strongest squad. They've got the strongest squad, they've got the stronger team. It's just the fact that you're playing against a historic nation like Italy who can defend, but they're playing a new brand of football. That's the only difference what this final is. And when you look at England, England often defeat themselves in tournaments. So England in this tournament aren't defeating themselves because they're playing with their brains. They're allowing their passion, leaving all the emotion in the stands and letting the guys. It started to come out a little bit against Denmark, a little bit of that nervousness. But for the majority of this tournament, England have been playing with their heads, and that's where they are very dangerous, because the players, as you said, that on the bench can cause you problems. And when they have come on and played, they played very well. Sancho played one game It looked very good.
Yeah, very good. 18 says England look in control. I think somewhere inside, Ebony and Vincey is enjoying this a little. G says Cellini is really struggling with Harry Kane in the air. Kane is dominating this particular battle at the moment. Kuke says Italy are having a few extended periods of possession, but it isn't really going anywhere. England need to make it count when they win it back, though. Daniel says England just need to withstand the pressure, tie them out, kill them off with pace, and the subs after 70 minutes. Totally agree, cuz. Totally agree. And shout out to the little baby them. Shout out to the little baby cousins them. G says England are becoming too complacent with the lead. Takes one mistake and this Italian side will punish us. Us. And then he says, go USA. You're a joker. You're a joker. He's taking a piss. Vincey's just taking a piss.
Well, it's nice when people are passionate for the team they support and the nation or whoever. It's Greg. I know you're giving him. You're sticking it to Apollo. So it's
I told him we're coming for them. We play them on the 7th of October, Jamaica versus USA. So we're coming for them. We're coming for them.
So far, the English players look controlled and composed. I think it's the fans who aren't. Okay. What you mean? The fans are on tenterhooks? Okay.
Yeah, the fans are having kittens.
Guys, and I think another thing you've got to take into consideration, everybody wants England to win, but just stop and think. All the household names that are on the bench, okay? And you're looking at the likes of Declan Rice and Phillips, who are going to end up becoming legends based on this tournament. And, especially in the likes of Phillips, he's playing for Leeds. Those type of players don't normally get selected.
Okay, sorry, was he? I'm just seeing Sterling was he pushed down or did he fall down? But anyway, no penalty given. I beg your pardon.
So I didn't say
we had a penalty shot there.
Look at Rice playing. And that's what it's like, guys. It's like you look at the Rio Ferdinands, you look at the Lampards, you look at the Gerrards, you look at the Paul Scholes, Nevilles, the Beckhams, the likes of Phillips and Declan Rice would never have got into that team, that starting 11, never. And these guys are going to become household names. I think it's great. I really
think Harry Kane could actually win a trophy with England before he wins it with his club.
That's so funny. Someone needs to put it on Twitter. Ebony.
But you know what? I think he deserves it.
I don't. He's a Spurs player. Oh yeah, I just saw the Sterling thing going down. Guys, plenty to ponder from Roberto Mancini. Italy persist on playing it out the back despite being pressed by 4 England players on the edge of their box.
You can't be playing it from the back like that, especially with England's back line and England's forward line
dominating this game. Is that Declan Rice has just gone past about 4 players? England are just dominating the midfield. They're pressing from the front. They're winning balls in the midfield. I would have thought that Mancini would have changed something by now. We're 44 minutes into the game. It doesn't look like
he'll do it at half time. I mean, he's got to make a decision on Immobile. He's just not adding anything.
Immobile's terrible. He's been terrible. He's been absolutely dreadful in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just not adding nothing to their play. And that's the one area where he's not bold enough to make that decision early in games, Mancini.
He's not. Immobile reminds me of Xhaka. And that's not a good thing.
Well, I've got to be, me, honest. I've got to be.
Are you shocked? Okay. Are you shocked? You look shocked, Apollo.
Yeah, I am. Well, I am because I didn't think England could nullify their midfield, regardless of the scoreline. I didn't think England could nullify their midfield. But the one deciding factor in this game for me, and this is why I said England were favourites, is because who have Italy got up front that can hurt you? The last greatest Italian striker was Francesco Totti. I don't think, since Totti retired, who has really been there to step up for the Italian national team?
Well, they won't select Balotelli. But
yeah, let's go through some of the greatest names. Roberto Betica. Yeah. You've got Riva. Riva's is unbelievable. Altabelli, Christian Vieri, Schillaci, Roberto Baggio, Paolo Rossi. These were guys. What I'm saying is, these were guys that in major tournaments, World Cups or Euros, these were guys that led the team as top scorers in the championships. They don't have that.
Okay, so you mentioned Schillaci. Now here's the thing: Schillaci was there when the likes of Vialli was a better striker for club, and Mancini was a better striker for club, but they weren't performing in the first two games. So Schillaci came on, got the goal, and then he got to play those games and get the opportunities. It's about taking the opportunities, and this is what I'm saying about Mancini. There's strikers on the bench. Berardi's there. If Immobile is not doing it,
oh nice.
Italy of old, they would have changed that striker earlier. He's not making that changes, and that's what's holding and stagnating the Italian attack.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there. I know that, like, my point still stands, but you're definitely 100% correct. And again, it goes back to, if it's not working, change it.
You have to change it.
And he's waited too long to implement any changes with any injury break. So I guess we're going to see something happen at half time, because they can't carry on.
Wasted kick.
I mean, Apollo, can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine Roberto Mancini not making it and not playing enough games and not playing in the Italian 90? The player that he was and not playing. And that's my point. It's like, as great a player as Mancini was, you'd expect, and Vialli, you'd expect those two players to get more game time. Managers have to be bold and make these decisions and make substitutions.
Jesus, look at the tackle. Calvin Phillips and Declan Rice is just—they've been the best midfield tandem in this whole competition.
He's in team with a tournament. He's in team with a tournament. Calvin Phillips.
Wow.
Team of the tournament.
Get your ugly mugs off my screen.
Wow.
I'm happy for sure. He's had a torrid time at United under Mourinho, but really pleased that he's come back.
And do you remember we said he was the Nacho Monreal Mr. Consistency of the tournament? We haven't graded him. We haven't graded him under 7. None of us have. All of us have given him a 7 or higher. And today he's probably going to get the same treatment. That I remember when Jose Mourinho was pissing on him about 3 or 4 years ago as a player, and look what he's doing. But big shout out to Kyle Walker, because Kyle Walker, he's just turned up to play today.
It'll be very interesting to see who comes on at halftime, if he puts on more strike power.
Ooh, did you just see that there? That is,
that's a nasty tackle there.
Yeah, you know what? Let me butter my expectations, because a red card, a penalty, anything could happen in this game.
Well, like I said to Vinci earlier on, I can see Italy coming on the counter and scoring. I honestly can.
I can't, because England's defense has been bulletproof for the whole tournament. No one's been able to do that to them in over 900 hours of play. So I can't see that happening, Ebony. They look rock solid.
You never know. I mean, I didn't think that would happen against Spain, but it happened against Spain.
But the red card, that's a different thing. because you just saw what happened there before the half time. That little things like that, little things like that can change a whole game. So we've got half time, guys. For the sake of Vincey, let me just see here. For the sake of Vincey, I'm actually going to do both teams at the moment.
Just going to see how my mother is.
Yeah. Let me see if I can just pull this up.
Guys, just what you're doing now, just letting you know, Immobile's got a rating of 6. You know what that means? 6 means like you just put your shirt on.
Oh.
And Donnarumma's got 5.8 on who scored, I guess because of the goal scored at his near post. But Immobile hasn't added anything hadn't added anything to the game. Declan Rice is the star player for England with 7.1 rating.
Right, let's see if I can just. Normally, I should be able to just. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Right. Let's talk about this. Ebony is here. Let's talk about this first. I'm going to go first here. I'm going to say Donnarumma, he gets a 6. Look, he couldn't do anything about Luke Shaw's goal, but his distribution is struggling a little bit with the amount of pressure that these guys are under, playing it out from the back. Lorenzo, I give him a 5. He's had a few misplaced passes in the game. Benici, I give him a 5. He's really struggling. He needs to reconnect with the midfield. They're having problems really playing the ball out the back. Giannini, I give him a 5 as well. Sorry. Palmieri's, I'll give him a 4. Barella, I give him a 4 as well. Every time he gets the ball, he's getting harassed by Phillips and Rice. Jorginho, I give him a 6.
Crazy, aren't they?
He's the one that's been passing the ball well. Verratti, I give him a 5. Harry Kane is killing him. And then I'm going with Chisia, I give him a 6. Immobile, I give him a 5. And Inzaghi, I give him a 5. What's your thoughts, Vinci? What would you give them at the moment?
Donnarumma, I'll probably give him a 5.5. As I say, distribution, as you say, we don't look stable at the back. Di Lorenzo, Bonucci, and Chiellini, again, probably a 5. They've just been hounded. As England have started well, they just have not coped. And again, the Italian distribution from the back, we play triangles, and they just look out of sync. Emerson, probably a 6. Verratti, again, Verratti's probably, I give him a 6, but it's not an imposing 6. He's just there. He's not driving through in the midfield. And I know that's not his game, and that's where Martelli would improve the Italian midfield. Jorginho, I give him a 6.5. I mean, he's on his own in the middle. Pirelli, I give him a 6. And Chiesa, I'll probably give him a 7. He's the bright spark for me, for Italy, who's taking the team, taking the game to England. Immobile, I'll give him a 6.5. He's tried his best, Insigne, I give him a 6.5. But Immobile, I'd give him a 3. He's just, if England, if we were talking about England right now, we'll be talking about how Harry Kane started the tournament and how poor Harry Kane was. Yeah. That's how poor Immobile is right now, playing in it. He's just not helping.
He's just like completely isolated.
He's not helping the team.
Yeah, he's good. And the thing is, haven't you noticed we haven't mentioned John Stone's name once, and that's because John Stone is on Immobile like fly on tip.
Yeah. So he's not even
glued to it.
he's not even asking John Stones to do much. And when we start to give ratings for England, I'll talk about John Stones.
Yeah, because we would just. Have you finished then? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finished.
You done Inzaghi, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
For me, guys, Jordan Pickford, I'm going to give him a 6. He's just a spectator. Nothing to really say. I think he's had one shot to save, which has gone straight at him. Kyle Walker, I'm going to give him a 7. He's been amazing running into space, being a decoy for Trippier. It's just been brilliant. His distribution's been a little counterproductive, but his lovely pass back, for England to go in from defense into attack is brilliant. John Stones, I'm going to give him an 8. Excellent, solid in defense. He done brilliantly when blocking Immobile's half volley just before the break. But this is a reflection of his first half. He's had Immobile in his pocket for the whole game, and that's why we haven't really talked about him. Harry Maguire, I'm going to give him a 6. It was his back pass. He's back past the ball out for Italy's corner in the opening minute, but he's been solid. But his passing just his lack crispness. I've seen him give the ball away a few times. Trippier, I give Trippier an 8. Trippier was the one change made. His movement has been superb. His selection was immediately vindicated by the clever cross that was floated over to the back post. He spotted Luke Shaw making that run, and he's just been fantastic. Luke Shaw, I give him a 9. I don't even have to say anything. Luke Shaw gets a 9 because we just talked about him. Declan Rice gets a 7. Calvin Phillips gets a 7 as well. Mason Mount is not really in the game. I'm actually giving Mason Mount a 5. He's not really linking up with Kane or Sterling. Kane is dropping back and playing wonderfully in the midfield, and Sterling has been Sterling and going past plays, creating all kinds of havoc. But Mason Mount is just doing nothing, really. He's won a couple of cheap free kicks, but that's about it. Raheem Sterling, I give a 7. He's just lively, unmarkable, unplayable. Harry Kane, I give a 7 as well. Really, really holding the ball up well, dropping deep and bringing everyone into play. But there's not really been any goal-scoring opportunities for both Sterling and Kane in the first half. Vincey, Ashley, do you want to let Ebony go first? Because she didn't do that in Italy.
That's fine.
Ebony, did you see the whole first half?
No, I missed about 20 minutes. From what I see, though, I'm not going to give anybody any scores purely for that reason. But from what I can see, Italy, they are struggling, especially in the middle of the park. And at times, they're struggling to retain the ball as well. Whenever Italy, perform not a free kick, but like a distance kick, as I call it, there's always been a white shirt in the way to nab that, and that's exactly what's happened. That's what's been happening in a lot of this game in the first half, from what I've seen. I just I can see Italy, as I said, I can see Italy doing exactly what they did against Spain. Not really being in the game, but being in the game at the same time, not really having that much possession, but then getting England on the counter. That's what I see happening. And then that'll be another test and if that does happen, that'll be another test for England to see how they respond to that. But it's not over. Got another at least 45 minutes to the end. I know nobody wants to see 45 minutes, but I mean, I must say that England have defended well as well. So I find that Italy are finding it very hard to break down that defense because it has the English
because they're losing the midfield battle.
Yeah. I mean, like everything starts from the midfield. Everyone knows that, and if you lose in midfield, you're losing basically. So I mean, but the midfield is the linchpin between the forward and the defense. And if your midfield ain't right, then there is a problem. But England's defense at the same time has been solid. You know, can't really take that away from them. So, like I said, let's see what happens in the second half, and let's see what Mancini. Let's see what alterations he makes in the second half, and it'll be very interesting to see what Southgate does as well. You know, who does he take off? You know, does he take anybody off? You know, would he want to take anybody off? Would he even want to bring on Grealish or Saka or Rashford or Sancho?
Yeah, I think so. Vincey, just before I let you go in and do your bit, I just wanted to share this with you. So across the 2018 World Cup and Euro 2020s combined, Trippier has created more chances than any other defender. 28 chances created. Only Kevin De Bruyne, 36, has had more created chances than him between the two tournaments.
And that there is the reason why he's playing ahead of Saka, because the surprise thing is, again, Kieran Trippier, he's stable down the right-hand side. There's not really a threat from Italy. But when Trippier gets the ball in dangerous areas, look what happens with his crossing. Beautiful crossing to Luke Shaw. Normally, in the previous games, you'd see Luke Shaw. England would have Luke Shaw doing those crossings for the guys coming in. Now it's roles reversed. So that's a big surprise for Italy to deal with, and perfect strategy from Gareth Southgate. And that tells you the reason why that player ahead of Sancho and Saka is the real big change for the England team.
So what's your thoughts on the England players?
Well, I'm just going to talk about the standout players for me, really. I think Walker's had a really good game. Stones, for me, is the man. You know, yes, Maguire's had more touches in defence, but Stones he looks so composed. He looks like a leader, a silent leader out there. You know, he's won 3 aerial challenges over Immobile, rock solid, and he's also driving. You know, there was moments in place where he's driving through the midfield and into attack to support play. That's what you need, positive football. Trippier, outstanding game. Declan Rice, another outstanding performance. He's probably, for me, been the better of the midfield two, centre two. He's had one aerial win over Phillips, and he's been driving through forward into the Italian defence, which is obviously causing problems. Luke Shaw, great feelings, absolutely beautiful finish, and just look at the technique. You know, people scorn upon, obviously, you hit the ball into the ground. Listen, you give the goalkeeper no chance. He doesn't know where it's going to go. With pace into the ground or in off the post, beautiful finish. And for me, I'm going to give props in this game to Harry Kane, because what Harry Kane is doing right now, he's dropping. He's causing huge problems in that midfield, and he's confusing Italy, because Italy is expecting Sterling to get a lot of the ball. Sterling's not probably having his best game, but he's having a very supportive game with the guys in the midfield. But Kane, outstanding leadership. Game started on my TV.
Right, okay. It's a shame, because I did want Vincey to do one more thing.
What was that?
I'll give you 1 minute on this one, Vincey.
Okay.
Can you see it?
In Italy's record 33-game unbeaten run coming into tonight's final, they have trailed by only 45 minutes in total. The Azzurri were behind for 43 of the opening 45 minutes against England this evening. That's to show you how flexible this Italian team can be in suddenly switching gears to go on the offense. And it'll be interesting to see how if if there's been any changes made second half, if they're able to do that. Because me personally, if they don't make changes, that those minutes are going to increase with them being behind tonight.
Excellent. So, guys, perfect half of football for England in front of a superbly organised team from Gareth Southgate. I keep saying Darren Southgate. From Gareth Southgate. And there's been some incredible options that they have on the bench in the second half. So, guys, put the kettle on, crack a bottle of wine open, bust open your beer. Second half is underway. Let's do this.
Don't underestimate the Italians.
Hell no.
First yellow card coming out today.
And you know what? In fairness, the game probably needs a goal from the Italians. That would enter squeaky bum time. England fans know all about that. That's the one thing that I think we haven't seen from England in this tournament. They haven't scared, they haven't given anyone a heart attack. So, William, big shout out to William, my brother from another mother. William saying, at least that's good so far. I get a funny feeling that someone will be taken on with major injury. I got a feeling that somebody will get red carded because we saw some warnings there.
Harry Kane is just falling down so easily.
Yeah, because that's what Messi does. That's what Ronaldo. When you've got a name in world football, you use it to your best ability, and the best players in the world do that. The first red card guy of the game goes to Barella for a horrible challenge on Harry Kane.
Got to give it. Got to give it. Come on, ref.
Who's that, Vince? Talk to me.
Sterling running through, beautiful cross into the box from Shaw. Sterling gets onto it. He drives through into towards the penalty box, and I personally think he got held back. Donnarumma rushes out, collects the ball. England players appeal, and the ref just waves it away. But I thought he got held back.
No VAR?
No.
No. Ref's not even interested. So it's
probably a blessing because, bro, Italy can't come back from 2-0 down, man.
Ball's gone out of play. I'm not sure if with it being gone out of play if he could do it, but I thought he got held back by Chiellini.
He did actually.
Yeah, I mean that is probably a blessing because Italy wouldn't been able to make against a team who's not let a goal in from open play in 7 games.
It's not as it is 1-0. So right now to go 2-0 down, it's game over.
Yeah, I just saw it. It looks like he tags him back. It looks like he pulls his arm back. Did you see the replay on that?
Yeah, I saw. I thought it was a pen straight away. If I was playing, I'd expect a pen on there. I just want to change subject slightly. I just saw this post come up. I don't know if you guys can see it. No. It's someone's put a post on about the look at that kit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You don't like it, do you?
That's in Saudi Arabia. What's that blue on the top, man?
Yeah, I don't like it.
That looks fake. That looks fake.
No, it's not fake. That's the real. That's the top. That's the top.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not fake. That's the top.
I've got to see it in real life before.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
That blue looks nonsense, man.
Yeah, I don't like it, mate. I've not been a fan. Mind you, they did the banana one, which I thought was nice, which I've got right here.
I like that.
Yeah, I like this one, the banana one. But I think overall, if I had to talk about Adidas as a whole, I think that their tops have been boring. I mean, it looks like we're going to get so we got the banana split there, the blue zigzag. It looks like we're getting that this season, which I would thoroughly enjoy. And if that happens, it will be my next purchase. But the red jerseys have been
the home kits have been kind of samey, which is why I go for the away tops as well, because the away tops have been absolutely sexy in my opinion. It's had a free kick, it just went over the bar.
Yeah. I'm going to be real. I love Arsenal Football Club, but I don't know what that top is. It's not.
I've got to see it in real life though before I make a proper and final judgment. But whatever whatever away kit is gonna come out, I'll probably go for that because it will be more attractive than the home kit.
I mean, the home kits have been atrocious over the years. I think the last one I enjoyed was actually, I got to be honest. The last one I enjoyed was the Highbury, the maroon one.
Oh, I love that one. I got that. Yeah,
that's. I mean, yeah, it's been. Yeah, also the Nigel Winterburn JVC wasn't too bad, but I just think that the home kits have been atrocious.
Chiesa is such a player. Chiesa is such a player.
Can we have him at Arsenal?
Well, I don't know if Juventus will allow him to go, man. The guy's just both feet. Again, what I'm talking about, wingers. If you kick with both feet, man, it's just so beautiful. Any kids, guys, if you got kids who love football, teach them how to kick with both feet. I'm telling you.
And they is saying I usually prefer the training kits. I'd like to see the blue one wearing it for Italy. Yeah, I totally agree. Let me just let everybody see what the home kit looks like. That's the Arsenal home kit.
I don't get the black bits at the top.
They're blue.
Oh, they're blue.
Yeah,
I don't
they're
get
blue. Yeah.
I don't get the blue bits at the top. They should have been white. They should have been white at the top there.
Yeah, it should have been white. The blue is just.
It's just out of place.
I'm not a fan.
I don't even want to see it in JD Sports. That's how bad it is.
I'm not a fan.
Or at the Armory. But
I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. And the only reason why I like the yellow one, which is why I got it, is because it's got the cannon. It's got the old gun. It's got the old Gunners sign. It's got the cannon sign on it. So I absolutely love that.
You like the marble one?
Yeah, I love the marble one. That's the one. It's that one up there you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got the marble one as well. Yeah, that one.
I don't wear that one. I use it for the show.
Okay.
Because I can't get the Visit Rwanda off it. So, and I did order. Where is it here?
Just brand the iron on that.
I did order one of these to iron on it, but I'm gonna do that with my yellow top. So I'm just gonna leave that.
You should actually put that over the Rwanda thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But on my yellow top, I've ordered the Black Lives Matter one, which is bigger, and I'm gonna try and put that on there. Okay.
I think Italy are going to make 2 substitutions.
Taking off Nicola Barella. I can't believe. Oh my word!
But I taken it off.
He's taken off Barella and put on Cristante. Yeah,
what an idiot! William wants to see the blue jersey, so let me. The
blue jersey is nice. I
like it. I like it.
But as I say, I'll probably get that one as opposed to the home one. I just don't like the blue bits at the top. It just doesn't look. It just doesn't look. They belong there.
Yeah.
They should ask me to design. They need to ask me to design the away kit because it'll be all black and it'll be nice. Seriously. Who gets a yellow card?
Bonucci, silly challenge on Sterling. Silly challenge.
Yeah, he should have done better there. Right.
I think he's going for the ball actually, but okay.
You know, I was going to ask a question, and this is something that you can probably put on a poll, Apollo.
Yep.
Who do you think is going to return back to the top first, AC Milan or Arsenal? When you consider the great, when you consider how great their defenses were back in the day, and you see the fall of what those two.
AC Milan.
You reckon Milan will come back before us? They've got some good youngsters. They've got some very good youngsters.
But that's the reason why I say that is because the intangible is that the league in the Premiership is just that much harder. Whereas the league in Italy is going to get easier because the likes of Juventus are going to get weaker. You know, they've got some aging players there that they're going to have to replace, and they don't have any money. They're struggling to buy Locatelli at the moment. They got no money. And then Ronaldo's going to be retiring at some point. His legs are going. There's going to be chances for Sampdoria, Fiorentina, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Roma. There's going to be chances for them guys to get back to the top, simply because the team that have been dominating for so long is just going to get weaker. And unlike Man United, Man City, and Liverpool, Juventus don't have that Premiership money. They don't have that kind of money. So whereas in the Premiership, those teams are just going to get stronger, can continue spending, and it's going to be harder and harder and harder and harder for Arsenal. So I have to say AC Milan.
See, the thing with AC Milan, it's taken them a long time to get back to where they were. You stop and think how great that AC Milan team is, and they've struggled. I mean, look at Roma have rebuilt, Inter have rebuilt, Juventus have rebuilt, and still AC Milan are still like they're teetering. So they've got a very young team that they're rebuilding. But I just thought today it was just quite iconic. You stop and you think, back in the day, AC Milan defense great, Arsenal defense great, and yes, obviously when
it's a great save by Pickford.
Yeah,
Italy come close. Close.
But I do think it's taking AC Milan a long time to get back up there.
Oh, Italy in the game, everybody. Italy have not gone home yet.
What did I tell you?
Ebony, there's your blue jersey.
I like it.
Me too. I love it.
I like the yellow one as well.
Yeah, William, there's the yellow jersey, and it looks amazing. I absolutely love it. That reminds me of the banana Arsenal top, because they've looked at our history and they've said, this is what we did at that point when we were sponsored by JVC, and it looks brilliant. In fact, I think the white top, let me just have a look here. Yeah, I think the white jersey is actually the shout out to the JVC top as well.
It is.
It just doesn't,
because I've got the JVC blue.
I don't like the yellow in person. I've seen it in the shop. I like it on the picture, but I don't like how the material looks in the shop. But that blue does look the better one of the three for me.
Yeah, let me go through. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm just going to bring them up for you. Oh, God, that's... Oh, dear. Right. Let's get this one as well. Okay, so here we go. So the blue JVC tops is replacing this was one of them. That looks tiny, doesn't it? Let me see.
Yeah, that's the old one.
Yeah, so this is actually the second one, Vincey.
I can see Lee Dixon wore that one, didn't he?
That's right. Yeah. And then this one is this is the best one. This is the Bergkamp one.
Yeah, the Bergkamp one. Yeah.
So the blue design we're seeing comes from these two jerseys. I love it.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it. But I'm not sure now. I understand why the red home kit is the way it is. Is because they're definitely doing the JVC one.
I have to say the red one's butters. Sorry.
I don't buy red jerseys, man. I don't buy the red jerseys. I don't buy the home kits. I try not to. Some guys who listen to the channel, they got me sorted out with a jersey before, so that's the reason why I ended up with with last year's one. But yeah, I mean, not a fan at all. So Vincey, this is the one I'm talking about. This was the original one, which is a copy of our current home kit.
Yeah, I think I've still got that top. I think I gave away quite a few Arsenal tops whenever I go to St. Vincent.
I mean, why not? Why not put the blue down the lines? Why not line the blue? It's just got no imagination. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I can't get behind stuff like that, man. You know, this is what I'm talking about. Merchandise, you can't do it. Can't do it.
Mad. So, guys, we've got half an hour left in the game.
Gosh,
can England sit like this for the remaining 30 minutes?
I'm gonna watch the TV. Sorry to interrupt you. It's coming up. You can't miss it. Yeah,
it definitely looks like Mancini has changed tactics, and Italy look much more inventive in this half.
They've actually got more of the ball in this half.
Yeah. Italy are knocking the ball around with increased confidence, and they've got more bodies going forward, and they're probing a way to get through England's defense, which, to be honest with you, nobody really has. Who's the main man behind this insurgent, Vincey?
Yeah, well, Chiesa's taking the game to England again from the first half. But the substitution of Berardi coming on for Immobile is allowing the movement and fluidity to Italy starting to move the play and get space. And that's the key. Immobile was very static. And again, that's what's been stopping Italy taking the game to England. Now, the game's starting to open up. But
what a save from Pickford.
That's what I'm saying. You see what Chiesa's doing. Chiesa was normally on the right-hand side, but he came all the way onto the left and then cut in.
Ney called it. Great save.
England have got a corner.
Yeah, that was a huge save. That was the defining factor. That is when they should have got level. Cool K is saying, great save. You think that Gareth and England are happy with big and high crosses coming in with Inzaghi as the central striker? Yeah, Inzaghi's offering them nothing.
Yeah, I've got to say, this is the performance. This is the performance from John Stones. What I envisaged Arteta to be able to get him playing if he came to Arsenal, based on the way how our passing football. John Stones is.
How the hell is that another England corner when it was headed over the bar by Stones?
I thought it was tipped over.
This is a mad thing right now. Chiesa, what a player. He was man of the match in the semi-final, and he's the one that looks most likely to change the game and turn the tide for the Italians at the moment. It's a warning shot for England.
I told you.
Guys, I'm going to have to get another drink from my throat. Ewan said England playing too defensive. I think they've had to because they can afford to. Remember, Ivan, this is the best defense in the competition. They have not let a goal in from open play in 7 games. So I think the tactic for Gareth Southgate is to do what we do best, suck up some pressure, and let's see if we can get them on the counter attack. So look for the likes of Saka, Foden, or Grealish to come on so they can make use of that tactic to try and beat them on the counter attack. If that happens, England are probably going to go 5 at the back, which they did
Denmark.
Which they did against Denmark, and that worked. Ivan said, "Good vibes. Good vibes to you, my brother. Good vibes to you. Hope you're enjoying the game, man." What a save from Pickford. And there's me saying that he's been a spectator. Half time I gave him 6 out of 10. Guys, I need to go and get another drink. I'll be back in a while.
I think Italy right now, they're playing good football. Yes, England are a little bit defensive, a little bit passive, but they're keeping their structure. They're filling in the gaps, and they're still making Italy work. And England doesn't have to ride this period out.
This reminds me of when Southgate changed it against Denmark. and Denmark became more attacking, and England became more defensive towards the end of the second half of the extra time.
Yeah, I mean, England's still standing tall, and one thing I've said, I don't know if you saw my profile picture on Facebook, and I've talked about literally about the game. I wanted Italy to bring the best out of. It's got to be a penalty. Goal, Bonucci. Goal. I would thought it would have been a penalty actually, for holding on to.
I told you. What did I tell you? I said Italy will get there. I told you. And don't mark them out.
But
that's some open play as well.
But I said Italy. What I want is Italy to bring the best out of England. If Italy bring the best out of England, they bring the best out of themselves, and that's going to allow England to play better and win deservingly. England have played well in this first half. Italy have now come back in by this goal by Bonucci, and now you're going to see if England can go to the next level. They've got the players. It's still within their grasp. It's not about panicking, but they've still been a bit stagnant in this. In this second half. I actually thought it was close to being a penalty for him holding on to Chiellini.
Yeah.
To that goal.
Pickford looks absolutely pissed, and if I was in Pickford's position, I'd be annoyed as well. What did I say to you?
Yeah.
I said Italy. We're gonna get England on the counter. I told you.
Well, I expected both teams to score. I said 3-2 to Italy. There is goals in this. Both teams can go at each other.
Oh, that was a nice control. Oh my God.
Oh,
the husband of the surgeons. Ooh. Are you watching on BBC One or ITV?
I'm watching on BBC One. I'm on 68 and 40 seconds now. 40 seconds.
I'm on 68:37, so you're a few seconds ahead.
Yeah.
I think, as Ivan said, England playing too defensive. Sometimes you get too defensive to the point where it's just, you end up conceding.
Yeah, and these things happen. It's when I remember when I played football, you even though you feel on top, you can't be. There's times where you've got to. You don't want to give momentum to the other team, but the other team just steps up. It just happens, and you've got to soak it up, and you've got to ride it. And that's, for me, that's just what happened. England still have the ability to take this game to Italy. Italy have just played better, and they needed to play better, so it's okay. But right now they're moving very well, and Saka looks to be coming on.
Come on, Saka. I'm only saying come on, Saka because he's our player.
Again, and Ebony, this is what I'm talking about. I get excited when I see young players who can play and do, have the energy and the skill to perform. And England's bringing on Saka now. It's just great to see. It excites you. I don't want to see old people coming on and stinking up the place when it comes to football. And it's refreshing that you've got young players.
Vinci, give me a second. What a goal from Italy. You can't say that it wasn't coming. Italy get ahead.
What I tell you?
Ahead to the corner in the near post. It's flicked on the back post. I mean, look, we can talk about England's defensive record, but Italy have actually gone 33 games unbeaten. And they've gone unbeaten in that reign for a reason. Pickford, he pulls off a fine save at point-blank range to deny Verratti's header. But Bonucci is on hand to convert the rebound And look, Mason Mount didn't get there. We're talking about Mason Mount had a bad first half, and it looks like Saka's coming on now. And Mason Mount was in no man's land. And Italy are right back in this with 20 minutes to go. We didn't want it to happen, and kind of, in a way, we did. It's squeaky bum time. The game is level. Let's go.
Guys, there's passages of play right now where England are sitting back, and Giorgio missed a perfect opportunity to cut England open and set through Everson. And this is where the second half things have changed, where Italy start to overlap. They're playing the 1-2s, and England are holding position, but they're very static. They're very static, and they're open for what I've said before, where the triangles or those through balls through, they're susceptible to them right now. That's where England have got to wake up and get their energy level back up into the game.
Yeah. Then Harry Kane was looking for a free kick there, didn't get it. Kuke says hammer blow. Pro Lover says not from open play. Well, even though it was a corner, the ball was still headed and rebounded after a great save. Nay says Saka's coming on. Yep, she should be on by now. She said it's going to be a long night.
This is going to go to penalties. I'm telling you now.
Oh, please, though. Are you saying it's going to go penalties?
I think who's saying Ivan is saying the same thing as me. Yeah.
My poor little heart can't take that, darling. Can't take it.
But I know people want the game to end tonight, but it will end tonight.
Yeah.
But Henderson is coming on.
Well, Ivan agrees with you. William says, let's go, England. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's do it. And he said, yep, true.
You know what? I can't get into the pandemonium. There's too many reasons why I don't support England. That we this isn't right. It's not right to discuss it now.
Yeah, no, I think you already have. I think you've already talked about it before.
You know what? You're going to see a chance. If Berardi had headed this a goal, there's no need for him to take it on his feet. Header it. Go in there, header it. Declan Rice is coming off. I'm going to give him a clap because he's had a really good game for England there.
Yeah, he has.
Henderson comes on.
Henderson. Okay.
Bit concerned about the substitutions that England are making.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact was they went into a defensive shape, invited Italy on. They turned around and said, look, we've got a great defense. You can't score against us, and Italy did. Now it's time to go all out. You get nothing for sitting back at this level. Get Grealish on, change the system, and crank up the pressure. That's what you need to do. You've invited them back on, and you've let them back into the game instead of trying to finish it off. Whoa!
Send it. Oh, my gosh. Why you didn't? Oh, my gosh.
It is all Italy right now.
Italy have would have flicked that and it would have and dinked it.
What? That would have been a goal.
Through the England midfield and a few times in that passage of play, the referee could have pulled up for a free kick and he didn't. It allowed play to go on, and England are just static.
England's game plan was going so well right up until the moment they conceded. It's a script we've seen unfold countless times before. Notably in the World Cup semi-final defeat against Croatia, where England took an early lead and they threw everything away. This game is no longer in their control. They need to seize the initiative and get back into the game fast. Huge chance. Heart in the mouth moment for England. Bonucci sends a stunning diagonal ball over to the England defense, which Berardi latches onto with a great volley, keeps his eye on the ball, hits it first time. Pickford comes off his line and actually does really well, but is beaten to the ball, but the ball flashes over the bar. What a chance for Italy. It's all Italy right now. Ivan says Saka and Grealish should come on at the same time. I agree.
Italy have had 71% possession in this half.
Oh, come on, Maguire. You can do better than that.
England's invited them on, man.
Maguire just lumping the ball like he's uncultured, like he hasn't been training for about a year and a half.
G said England are on the ropes now. They need to get through this period.
I'm telling you guys, you don't want to hear it. It's going to penalties.
She's just putting Obi on this thing, man. She's putting
I'm
Vince. She's
I'm
putting
not putting
Obi
any
on the thing.
on it at all.
You know what?
Vince, she put her mark on it.
Well, if it is going to go penalties, it's going to be a 3-2 penalty victory.
To who?
Oh God, we can't take penalties, man.
I said England's going to win the game 3-2. So I'm going to stick with the prediction. If it goes to penalties, England would win 3-2. If I think there's going to be goals. I think it's a great matchup. I think there's a lot of ebb and flow. Both teams going to be going at each other, and if they have more chances in the second half, both teams can capitalize. So it's still open.
I think, guys, with Trippier off, we're not in a back three now. We've gone to a back four. Maguire just hitting the ball into the stands like he had no idea what to do with it.
I know that was a waste.
Yeah, you don't want kids watching that.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. But, you know, that's what happens when you sit back and you invite teams on.
So I said sometimes, you know, you could defend so much to the point where you end up conceding.
Yeah, and that's we've seen it happen
Referee,
over
you've
and
got
over
to give that
before.
as a free kick. What are you doing? Oh, you give that to England. Why you not give that to Italy when that challenge on Chiellini?
Hang on a minute. What?
Oh, come on, ref.
That was a spectacular. Oh my God, this referee's a joke.
What's happening, guys?
I just thought the referee was a little bit inconsistent. He could have blown up a few times for challenges on Italy. He didn't allow play to go on, and then one on Maguire, and he's given a free kick.
Yeah, this is the Croatia World Cup semi-final all over again.
Well, at the end of the day, I hope everyone's entertained. You know, I know England fans want to win this and want to win the tournament with it being easy, with no excitement, no nervousness. But it's a good game for the neutral, for the Italian fans out there with the back in the game. And, you know, either team, they're both young. They've got to go out and win it. And may the best team win. That's what I say.
England are looking a little bit leggy.
Well, we've got a free kick anyway.
Ivan says, get some fresh legs on. Good move now. Totally agree, bro.
So you reckon next goal wins it, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to score these, but, you know, you're talking about probably two of the best defenses in the world. You're talking about probably two of the best defenses for world football.
Oh, my words. Jesus on the ball. He's dribbling on the left-hand side. He's got players. Oh, he's got a free. Oh, the referee doesn't give the free kick. Saka's been a bit. Ooh, Saka's got.
Why wasn't it a free kick? He got fouled.
I tell you, this is the thing.
He's not blocking anybody.
This is the thing we've got to think about with Saka. In certain situations.
Big shout out to William there.
Yeah. In certain situations, this is where Saka's going to mature. When he's got the ball, sometimes he's got to understand when players are on him, just to do the smart thing. Nearly cost England there.
That Chiesa is on the floor.
Okay,
Some pain.
It's so tense. My wife just finished cooking a Sunday roast.
Yeah.
I can't even enjoy it, man. I can't even enjoy it because this game is on. I thought that was a free kick.
Which one? The goal, for the goal. Yeah, I thought straight away. I don't understand why the referee was allowed that to go. There's no way Stones was getting into that ball.
How old is Bonucci?
Bonucci's about 35.
Too old.
What? 35. Nay said Saka is making an impact already. Yeah, man. Urgency. They got to turn the urgency levels up.
Sorry, he's 34. Bonucci's 34. And Chiellini, I think, is 35.
He's still too old. We need
Chiellini's 36.
Yeah.
the captain. Yeah, he's 36.
36.
Yeah, Mason Mount didn't get there first.
Yeah, I think this could be the end for Chiesa. I don't think he's going to make it.
Damn, what a time to score.
Do you know that Sterling has not lost at Wembley? 27 matches he has not lost at Wembley.
Really? I mean, yeah, you can't ask for more than home field advantage.
Yeah.
So, guys, so the game has just chilled out and calmed a little bit. It's a good time for England to regroup, talk about things, figure out what they need to do next. Chiesa's down. What's happening there, Vincey?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it. And this is what I'm saying. I thought it was a foul in that passage of play that the referee allowed to go on. Saka lost the ball. Chiesa took the ball from deep, ran through, had a few dribbles, cutting through two England players, and got and then lost the ball just in front of the penalty box. But during that passage of play, there was a few niggly challenges. England's on attack now; should be able to cut through. Oh, unlucky Saka, unlucky. But yeah, Chiesa's down. I don't think he's going to make it. I think he's sprained his ankle, to be honest. They tried to work it, get the ulcer, but I don't think he's going to make it.
Oh, they're going to miss that. So we've got Italy in the second half. Italy have had 76% possession. They've had 238 passes compared to England's 71 in the second half. They've also had 9 shots compared to England's 2. It's been total domination from the Italians in the second half. They're trying to get him subbed off. Italy don't want England don't want that. They want to keep the ball in play and try and take advantage of the one man down. Italian fans now booing because they want England to play the ball out. Mason Mount has been poor today. He's been poor. The ball hit Saka. Bertram can't join us today. He was going to try and join us, but he's got some thing going down in Jamtown. Bertram saying England should have more the ball possession with Saka. Need to also replace Mount. Yeah, Mount has been not good in this game. At the moment, he's getting a 4 out of 10 for me. He just hasn't been anywhere. He's done nothing. He was losing the ball in the first half. He was at fault, really, for the goal that England let in. Failed to track his marker, and he's been a liability in this game. This was the guy who created the winning goal in the Champions League. Is that a booking, ref? How about that, ref? Is that booking? Thank you very much. Yellow card.
Big loss for Italy. I want to give him a clap, Chiesa. Huge talent. He's had a great tournament.
Ooh. Yeah, he has. Yeah, Chiesa has been fantastic. That's a shame. That's a shame, that is.
And I tell you what, Juventus have a player there they can build. Juventus have a player they can build with, man. And he's so young.
Man. Free kick to England. Kuke saying that we need to be brave in possessions. We need to get on the ball, and we need to gain more territory in their half. It's a fair shout. This has got Saka and Mason Mount over the set piece.
Well, this is advantage England for in injury time straight away with Chiesa coming off. The guy's got pace.
So does Grealish come on now? I mean, you've got. Why haven't they taken Mount off?
You know what? There's only 4 minutes to go. He can come on. He can come in injury time, in extra time. Don't make too many changes right now.
But is Grealish the right option? You know,
Yes.
you've still got Foden. I think Grealish is the right option.
Well, Foden's not fit enough to come on. I don't know. I think England have to go back to playing to the strengths of how they got to the final, and they're not using Sterling. Have you noticed Sterling's on? He's playing, but they're not getting the ball to him and allowing him to.
He's done very little. Due to the nature of them sitting, due to the nature of them sitting back.
So you've got to think. Well, even if Grealish comes on, is Sterling going to get into the game? You've got to get Sterling into the game. Now, if it's a case where you bring another player who's got pace, yes, they brought on Saka, but they still haven't utilised Saka that much. So this is what I'm saying. You've got to definitely get Sterling into the game. If the tactics are going to change, regroup at the end of 90 minutes, the start of the of extra time, but definitely start to get Sterling into the game because he's the one who can unlock the Italian defence. And you've got Saka. You've got Saka there on the other side, and still move forward. You've both got Henderson in the midfield. He's come on. He can play along Phillips. They can sit inside there, but keep your structure. Don't go gun ho, but have players who've got the pace to take the game to Italy.
What's happened? Is there a fan that's just run on the pitch? I think the fan has just run on the pitch. Yeah, I think a fan just run on the pitch. Bernardeschi has come on for Chiesa. He's a Juventus player. Willian is saying it's going to be a last-minute penalty. I just don't want it to go to penalties. I would over 120 minutes. I'm fine.
Can you imagine if it did?
Yeah, you know what?
See, now Sterling goes on a run.
That's a game of Russian roulette, man. I hate that. And you wouldn't put Pickford. You wouldn't give Pickford anything. I mean, Schmeichel was damn near scary. Nobody wants to bet penalties against Schmeichel. But Pickford, nobody's scared of Pickford and penalties.
Too many blue shirts in the way.
It's a blow for Italy because Chiesa was carrying them forward. Yeah, it's gonna Italy. It's going to be interesting to see who pushes them forward now. Will Bernardeschi come on and actually push them forward? William says, sorry, they're setting it up for that. Okay. Possibly, yeah. I mean, the thing is, England are not penetrating it in the box at all. Although Sterling's got the ball on a nice little turn, runs into the box. Can he do something with it? Oh.
Nope.
He overruns it, yeah. Sterling's a bit like Roadrunner, like Theo Walcott. He's got the tendency to overrun the play sometimes. But I can just imagine England fans now feeling sick to their stomach. Very, very, very. This squeaky bum time is in effect, guys. The game looks like it's going to be moving towards extra time.
Yeah, it is.
Sterling does go down easy, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Who taught him that? Luis Suarez, SAS?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's, just a little tap on the shoulder. He does go down easy.
Yeah. You know what they say, shake what your mama gave you. That's he's got the ability to do that, and he's
6 minutes added extra time.
What?
6 minutes extra
6
time.
minutes.
And for the Chiesa injury.
Okay, in my Vinci Beijing voice, I would Ras. 6 minutes.
What's going on here? 6 minutes of extra time, injury time. Time. Well, it's still in England's grasp. They can still win it in normal time.
All right, they got a free kick.
Man, Sterling. The thing I used to say the same thing with FIA World Cup, man. You know, power is nothing without control. Sometimes you need to slow down in order to speed up. You know, I'm a big Formula One fan and of racing, and when you got a road runner like that, people just can't live with their pace. But he has the tendency to come on. Look, they're dragging Sterling's shirt back and everything. Sterling's won three free kicks in the last 2 minutes.
But the thing is, you got to stop and you think, well, why have England moved away from that? There's the one person that they're going to have to hold back when Sterling's at full pace, and you know.
Oh man! And ladies and gentlemen, where is your king? Where is your God? Where is Harry Kane? I don't even think I've seen him in the second half.
He hasn't. He's been non-existent.
Well, you know what? Let's not divide and conquer.
Yeah.
One team, the captain.
One team.
The captain will score the goals. You need to score. And Sterling will supply.
Saying, I feel sick, and it's not just because of this nasty cold I have. Come on, England.
Oh man! Oh boy, you got corona?
That just sounded Guyanese there, but yeah.
I don't know what that sounded like.
Suck the lime and boil some ginger. Suck the lime, girl. Suck the lime.
Man.
I saw the violence that happened up in Leicester Square with the England fans.
What happened?
They just trashed kind of Leicester Square with throwing bottles and what have you.
That doesn't surprise me.
See, this is why people don't want England to do shit. Yeah, this is why, like, I remember France 1998 traveling over to France. Like, none of the when exactly. When guys were going over to see the Jamaica games, and where they found out the England fans was, they just like, we ain't going to that town, we're going to another town because Jamaicans, we want to party.
Yeah,
they didn't want to deal with all the lagerlouts and all the trashing of properties and all of that stuff. It just gives them. This is why people don't like the fans.
Well, I went to Jamaica in London, and that was it was a great experience, and that's the one thing, you go to Arsenal go to Arsenal games, you go to local derbies, but when it comes to international football, there's a different type of behaviour that is associated with the England national team, and you just don't want that. It's almost like as if they just feel they have to show up, and that type of behaviour for me has held England back.
Yes,
I don't need that. You can show your passion on the pitch.
So Jamaica's greatest game ever, which was beating Japan 2-1, greatest game in the history of Jamaican football. When the Reggae Boys had a party, Theodore Whitmore, Jamaican, we used to call him the magician, put on a show. Vincey, talk us through that one, man.
As cool as you like. I think it was Walker just chest the ball to Pickford. The cross comes in, and you stop and you think, you could have headed it out for a corner, but as cool as you like. Oh, look at this great ball.
Italy are getting that close.
Italy just look comfortable. They just look comfortable. England have just given the ball away. Harry Kane, they're just giving the ball away again. Poor control. Lacking quality. And you know something, guys. Declan Rice has gone off.
Good challenge. Yeah, I would have taken off Phillips personally. He was Chiellini's off.
Yeah, this is terrible, guys. England cannot keep hold of the football. They can't keep hold of the ball. And Italy are really seeing this game out in the regular period.
Oh, that's a referee. I would have given him. Kalini's
Oh, come on, Kalini, man.
he messed up there.
Why?
Just if you didn't want to put the ball out for throwing, and he does just some stupidness, and that's age.
You know, when Kyle Walker chesses the ball down and Pickford picks it up, he kicks it straight to their goalkeeper.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, the 6 minutes are up.
Good 90 minutes. Good 90 minutes for both teams. I give it that. Now taking nothing away for.
It's a game of two halves, really.
It's been an entertaining game. You can't complain. But England can't do nothing with the ball. They're constantly giving it away in the midfield. Oh!
You see it?
Did you see him drag Saka down like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What? And he gets a yellow.
Yeah.
What the hell is that, man? What the hell is that all about?
That deserves a yellow.
That's going to cost him in injury time because they're going to run at him now. Both Benici and Chiellini are on yellows. So silly foul there. So who so far? So your man of the match so far? I know we've got another 30 minutes of play left, but who's your man of the match so far?
Yeah, it would have to be Crazy.
Chiesa.
Yeah, Chiesa.
Ebony, who's your man of the match so far?
I'd have to say Chiesa in the second half, actually. The first half I can't really talk about too much, but Chiesa in the second half.
Yeah, I think John Stones would have been my vote for the first half, and maybe Declan Rice. But yeah, Chiesa's just.
I think for England, I think my man of the I'm sticking with John Stones right now. My man of the match right now is John Stones. He wasn't at fault really for the England goal, and his first half performance for me was immense. And the mere fact that Trippier's been taken off takes him out of the running for me. But yeah, John Stones for me, man of the match so far.
So guys, we have extra time. About to start. Let's see what people are saying. Daniel's saying, no, Kuke was saying, love it, Vincey. That was the Bayesian accent. Daniel's saying, nah, that's a fight, mate. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, that's what. When he dragged him down like that, I was like, bro, yeah, we got some Black Lives Matter thing going on right here, you know? Yeah, we got something going on right here. Kuke saying, I want a bomber. Yeah, it's like a free kick. Lover said it was a look, black man standing up getting vexed now, you know. Bertram, Harry Kane is on his feet. Harry Kane ain't in the game, bro.
It's been quiet in the second half.
I've seen Harry Kane, the last 3 touches, he gave the ball away to the opposition.
He's tired.
So, Bertram saying hard to take him off because he may come good, but he's a liability, 100%. 100%.
If Andy would disagree with you there.
Yeah, Andy's golden child, Andy's king, Andy's God. Yeah? Bertrand said I meant out on his feet. Man, squeaky bum time, guys. I told you we didn't want it. It's here.
What did I tell you before? What did I tell you about Italy?
You said it was going to go penalties. I'm hoping in the next half an hour.
No. I said that they will catch England on the counter and they will score.
Yeah.
Actually, it was John Stones. Actually, I'll take that back. It was John Stones that was holding down Chiellini for that goal. So I'll have to take away my man of the match performance from John Stones.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one.
Chiellini has just been so good, man.
I'll probably go for Pickford. He played well for Pickford.
Yeah, he's made 2 quality saves as well.
Pickford for me, man of the match so far.
He's made 2 quality saves. Right now, guys, Italy's extra 24 hours of recovery rest time from their semi-final might be key here. The only difference is that England have got better options in the midfield. But England need to get a hand on Verratti. Verratti is controlling the game now. He's had 113 passes and found his teammates 107 times. So he's only missed 6 passes in the whole game.
And what I would say, even in that performance that you've seen from Verratti, he's not playing the way he normally plays. And he's a very mature Verratti today. He frustrated me from a lot of the tournament, but today he's playing with the team. So that, as you're saying, you're seeing where those passes are coming to fruition, where he's not misplacing passes.
Yeah. G says England need fresh legs. Some of the players look out of gas, and you'd expect to see the likes of Grealish and Sancho to come on. Yeah, I would expect to see. What's happened to Foden? We're talking about someone who was literally voted the young player of the year.
Foden's injured. He's not gonna make it.
I remember you saying that before. Yeah. So you
still the option years off for Belotti. Belotti's coming on.
Wow. I mean, this is where you put on subs and you just run the legs ragged off them.
Yeah, that was defended well.
I mean, guys, did you see that Cellini offered a handshake afterwards and Saka rejected it? In basketball, you would call that a professional foul, a flagrant foul.
You can't. That was a terrible foul by, especially to. The thing is, when you're playing and you have that done to you in the neck, it's very painful.
I know.
Yeah. And for the referee to just give him, I don't even know. That's just getting me wound up. That's just getting me wound up. A foul is a foul, but that was going overboard. That was going overboard.
Bonucci's having a great game as well.
I think Verratti's the guy they need to get a hand on because, and Nay says Kane needs to come off now, but they're not going to touch their golden boy because they want him to score and they want to plaster his face all across the papers tomorrow morning. So Nay says, are they saving him for the penalties? Could be.
Henderson's down. I don't know what happened there. Oh, okay. So Henderson's trying, and then
there's a bit of a loft in this. Emerson's thing that I don't really like.
I'm looking at these England fans, and they are bricking it right now.
So Inzaghi's off.
Yeah, Insigne
is off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the names sound too much like the previous players.
Yeah.
So, they do, don't they? They sound, man, squeaky bum time, man.
You didn't even touch him.
No.
Seriously?
No, it was more the ball in his face.
Seriously?
Guys, I'm quite surprised that Southgate hasn't changed it up.
He will do. He'll probably bring in a sub, and then he'll make that substitution where
he's only got one more, I think.
Start he needs to bring on Grealish if he.
Hold on a second.
He's only got one more.
So Italy's brought on 4 subs.
Okay, he's got 2 more.
England's brought on 2.
He's got 2 more.
They've got Saka and Henderson.
Yeah. So it's hard because Sterling towards the last 10 minutes he really started to come into the game, but who can he change? He's brought Henderson on for Declan Rice. Declan Rice was playing, so it's like for like, but the formation hasn't changed. He's brought Saka on for Trippier. So the only other thing is, if he's going to want more pace, he's either going to have to bring off substitute because he's not going to change the formation.
Well, Mancini's just screamed at Locatelli to get himself ready to come on. So Italy are throwing everything at it right now. Why have we been waiting so long to see? Nays just said, what is he waiting for? They're allowed 6 subs. Girl, I've got no clue. I mean, right now, Italy have probably got the fresher legs because they brought on 4 players and they're about to bring on Locatelli. So
let me ask this question: if you're Gareth Southgate, why would you not bring on Sancho based on how you played when you? Why would you not bring that guy on?
Why forget Sancho. What about Grealish? Grealish has come on in 3 games and changed the tide.
What about Rashford?
Boy,
but I'm just thinking you've got the 2 centre backs who are both on yellow cards. So you're gonna think, okay, you're gonna take pace. Yes, you could bring Grealish in, who's going to be a little bit of trickery, and yes, he does get a lot of free kicks. So that's a good option. But also, you've got to bring pace to make those yellow cards, to punish those yellow cards. Why would he not make that change and change the formation?
Oh, God, I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about penalties, mate. I don't know.
Maybe penalties. Sterling, he's going to tap it in for Kane. Oh, great challenge by Chiellini. Absolutely beautiful challenge by Chiellini. Sterling, he could have put that on a plate for Harry Kane.
That's a corner to England. Then
maybe he didn't want Kane getting the headlines.
No, try to.
Whoever scores out of them 2 today is going to be the player of the tournament considerably.
He tried to do it, but it didn't. Kane couldn't. He was quite slow in getting there. Verratti's coming off Locatelli.
I take Kane off myself, and I'd put on another striker. That's what I would do.
If Harry Kane's number goes up, the Queen and Boris Johnson himself will be making that phone call to the FA to say, no. What are you doing? Our king must stay on the pitch.
But sometimes you have to take off your captain.
Yeah, I know that, and you know that. But
then again, we're talking about, the golden boy, Captain Marvel. Yeah. But back in the days when it was Brian Robson, Captain Marvel could do no wrong.
Oh, look at this.
Great shot by
Great ball to Sterling. Square it for Kane. Okay. Grealish could have been on. Yeah, Pro Lover, I think they should have brought Grealish on in the 80th minute.
If you got 4 subs you can make, why is it holding out on 2?
Give him another 5 to 10 minutes and he'll make that substitution.
We are 6 minutes into extra time. There's 25 minutes left in the game. Pull the trigger now. What are you waiting for? None of this lastminute.com business. Put the game away now. You've got the ability to do it. And the thing is, they're getting Italy are getting at England by pressing them high, and they don't seem to have an answer for that. This game is crying out for Jack Grealish.
Yeah, they're losing. He's coming on now. They're losing control of the ball. Grealish is coming on.
Oh, Calvin Phillips there just put the ball wide. Decent chance.
England on the defense now. Ooh.
Nay says he doesn't want to go to penalties with the Italians. We can't. Yeah, we can't handle the. Yeah, I totally agree. Look, I don't want. Yeah, my poor heart can't take it, man. Not tonight. Not tonight, man.
You're gonna have to drink some more of it, whatever you're drinking.
Yeah, it's apple juice, man. I'm on the apple juice thing.
Apple juice and gin, a touch of gin.
So Grealish is preparing to come on. Only Ebony and Vincey would be able to tell you whether he's actually on the field yet. Just yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Prolover says, Apollo, I don't care right now as long as Arsenal gets him.
Gets who? Grealish? Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. Unless Arsenal pay 100 million. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. How did they not give a free kick to Calvin Phillips there when he got pushed over? Calvin Phillips has got energy for days.
Mount, he's played well.
Mount's been dreadful.
Yeah, Matt has been dreadful. Is he coming off?
He is coming.
Not,
Mount's
yeah, he
Praise
doesn't have
the
the best,
Lord.
but he gave it his all.
Mrs. Grealish. That's
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, we had our own Ebony with Mrs. Martinez.
And that stays.
Yeah.
That stays. I'd marry him and his wife.
Mm.
You just think, Martinez wins the
Golden
Copa
Glove.
America with Argentina, but we still got Leno.
Which penalty, free kick. Come on, give it.
Mm.
Oh,
That's a good throw by Pickford.
referee, you could have blown up there. It would have. I think it would have been in England's advantage if you gave that free kick for Phillips.
It wasn't 10 yards. Here comes Grealish.
He allowed it to go on, and he lost the ball.
Yeah, Grealish is on, everybody. Let's see what happens. Man, England badly need fresh legs out there. What has taken down Gareth Southgate so long?
Has Gareth Southgate made all of his subs?
No, he's got two. He's got three more. I think you're allowed 6.
Okay, so he's got 3 more. Yeah, got 3 more.
Henderson just has no idea what to do. Harry Maguire to Luke Shaw there. That's well played. Oh, free kick there. He's trying to play advantage. I would have taken the free kick, man. Oh, come on. I would have taken a free kick advantage there.
That's what I'm saying. The referee, he's allowed them to play on when he could have just straight away. You know what? In that position,
all it takes is a nice pinpoint accuracy free kick, and then the goal's in the back of the net.
Yeah, he punished them.
Maybe Saka should have gone down there.
Oh, referee! You got a referee. That's dangerous play. Referee, that's dangerous play. Why you didn't give a free kick?
Because he's an idiot.
What happened, Vincent?
You see it?
Yeah.
How can you not give a
Right on the line, he's pushed him down.
Guys, Harry Kane has yet to touch the ball in Italy's box. How's that for a start?
I'm telling you now, this is going to penalties, and all of you owe me a drink and Nando's.
Oh God! Oh God!
But if I'm wrong, I owe you Nando's and a drink.
That's it. Yeah, if Italy or England score, then I guess it's a whole chicken on ebony with some peri peri.
There you go.
Wow.
So when we all go out on the 1st of August, we can all just reminisce, not even reminisce, but kind of have hopes and dreams of who Arsenal are buying.
Goal. Oh my gosh.
What?
Oh my gosh. How did that go in? Great save by Pickford again. Absolutely beautiful save by Pickford. How did that not go in?
What happened?
Ball gets on the left-hand side. Walker sells himself to try and clear it. Emerson crosses, and I'm trying to see who dives in. Number 20. Who's 20? What's his name?
I don't ever think. Basically, Pickford saves it with his backside.
Yeah, he saves it. Oh, I just don't understand how he didn't go in.
Number 20 is Bernardeschi. He's the substitution.
Bernardeschi, yeah, he misses it, and Pickford manages to save it, but it was just so close, right in the 6-yard line. Beautiful cross.
And the way he turns around and the ball just bounces off his posterior.
And how are you guys coping with the tension? Here we go. I think it's coming up on my screen.
But the way Kyle Walker just slips, you know, when he tries to that slide tackle.
Yeah. He tried to recover and just couldn't do it.
Man, Vincey shot his goal, and I was like, "What the hell?"
It had to be a goal. He's in the way the position of the play went, and he just didn't go in. I just got goal Locatelli. Unlucky. Unlucky. I tell you what, I'm surprised at how this game for me is like watching Spurs. No disrespect, but for me, I have to do it I manage my emotion in a game, because it's 2 games. I don't mind who wins today.
You do, really, because if Italy win,
I'll be ecstatic if Italy win. But right now, I'm wearing an Italian shirt, but this is the time for England to win. You know, and it'd be really sad to see them lose, playing how good they have this tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with that. I love the game of football, but I understand where we are, and this means more to England right now to win. And they just haven't regained their first half form.
Yeah, they haven't, and that's because Mancini's changed it, and they've looked in control ever since. Kuke says Kane needs to do more when Italy have the ball at the back, no pressure whatsoever. 18 saying this is frustrating.
You know, as I said at the start of this tournament, this is a tournament for me too soon to expect Italy to win, but they've had a great tournament.
Yeah.
The next World Cup, I'll be a lot more confident with Italy going to the final, and also expecting England to do a lot better.
What happened there?
1 minute of extra time.
What? He didn't even touch the bloody ball.
England have a free kick with 1 minute of injury time in the first period of extra time, and it's about 23 yards out. No, it's about 30 yards out, and Shaw's going to take the free kick.
Who's going to take it?
Luke Shaw.
Man, this is tense, man. This is tense. Ebony seems to be doing okay as a neutral. She don't give a damn. Ebony's just like Ebony don't care. Ebony just want to see a good game of football.
I'm watching a good game, and I'm telling you now, Italy have cancelled England out in all forms.
Guys, as you can see, I'm wearing an Italian football shirt. But what I do not want to see is Italy win the game on penalties.
They're going to.
I don't want to see that, because this tournament, England have been really great. You stop and you think of how England normally would play international football. And this is the one game that's been a frustration for me in how Southgate is now managing the game, where he's not taking pace to challenge Italy. You know, the 2 centre-backs are on yellow cards. You're approaching extras. You're now in the first period of extra time, and Sancho's on the bench. Grealish not too long ago. Come on, Rashford, another youngster who could come on. He's going to have to make bold decisions, changing the formation. Change that formation. If Phillips or Henderson, one of them you're going to have to make to substitute to allow a Sancho to come on, because otherwise it's going to penalty.
It's going to go to penalties anyway, whatever happens. I mean, even if Gareth Southgate does exactly what he did against Denmark and makes it more defensive, which is what England have been trying to be in the second half, it's going to go to penalties.
Kuke saying I simply can't watch anymore.
808 18 is saying this is frustrating.
I think Rashford is coming. Rashford is coming on.
See, look how long it should have been on.
Who's he going to replace? I bet they take Sterling off instead of Kane.
I think he'll take Phillips off. I think he'll take Phillips off, to be honest.
Why would he gamble doing that?
Why would he take off? Why would he take off a midfield? I don't know. I just don't know.
Because Walker could come inside. Walker could come inside alongside Henderson.
England hasn't been this close in 55 years.
55 years. Well, it did come close in 96.
Semi-final.
Ish.
I'll tell you this. I just love what Mancini's done with this three at the back. You know, people look at the Juventus being very boring with three, but this is just beautiful. And it's going to be exciting to see how Premiership managers now look at this three at the back and see how Mancini's using it to see how they can counteract the formations that have been played, because he's done very well.
So Harry Maguire gets a yellow card for his foul on Belletti.
Yeah, and this free kick is very central. It's about 25 yards out, but it's very central. So you won't expect a cross. You more than likely expect a shot on goal in this situation. And it's whether Pickford can find his feet here, because if he's on target at this distance, he should save it.
Yeah, he probably will, or the ball go over the crossbar.
He nearly spills it. Great free kick. He nearly spills it, but he recovers.
Man, I just... Squeaky bomb time is in effect, everybody. We've got less than 15 minutes to penalties. Man.
You know, this is some of the... You know, it is frustrating when you play football against old men, and old men keep you out, you know. So it's frustrating. I can understand the frustration of men like Sterling and Kane are looking and thinking, these men are 30, 34 and 36, and I can't get around them.
Listen, at the end of the day, if you still got it, I mean, look at what's his name, Sweden.
Oh, that could have been a penalty. Chiellini was holding on.
It could have.
Oh my gosh, Donnarumma comes out.
Okay, this is scrappy here now.
Pickford done well.
Scrappy.
Is he on the attack? Send it. He's offside. He's offside. Send the ball early, man. He could have.
Do you think a little bit of fatigue is setting in now? A little bit of fatigue is setting in. I just don't know, man. I just don't know. This is crazy. This is not how you would want the final to end. This is not how you want the final to end. We've got 13 minutes, guys.
Well, to my clock, just over 11 minutes.
You right?
The thing is, England haven't really had a good chance. Oh! Goalkeeper just gets a hand to that.
I know.
England, look at Calvin Phillips just apply the pressure. That's a great ball. That's an absolute great ball to split the midfield. Belotti's through. Sure, that's offside anyway.
Ugh.
Oh man.
Henderson headed it off.
William, thanks for the. William says, and thanks Apollo for the chocolates. No problem, man. My buddy in Hagerstown, USA, I sent him a nice bag of goodies, nice box of goodies, to see what London tastes like. So I hope you and your family enjoyed that, William.
You know what? I wouldn't like to be playing right now.
I'd love to be playing. This is what you, as a player, you want this. You want the opportunity to get the winning goal, to score it. Yeah, man.
G says, hey, I know Hagerstown, great place in Maryland. Yes, it is. I stayed there for a week with a friend of mine. May you rest in peace, Mickey Freeman. But yeah, it's a lovely place, man. I tell you what, though, it's hot as hell out there at the moment.
Have a shot, Grealish.
Man, this is tense.
Oh my gosh. Chiellini got turned inside out.
Wow. I can't believe.
Sterling looks tired, man.
Yeah, it's some
He
rugged
looks
legs out there.
ragged to the bone.
10 minutes left, and England still have.
They're on top. They're on top.
3 substitutes. Well, it'd be even better if he used the rest of his substitutes.
What, he's got 3 left or 2 left?
Yeah, 3. He's got 3 left. He's only made Henderson, Saka, and Grealish.
Yeah, he's got England.
If he's going to make substitutes, he needs to make them now and not at 20, not at 25.
Sancho, man, where's Sancho? Rashford, just get some. William said, I was telling William about jelly babies and wine gums, and he was doing some crazy stuff. So he's saying the cat ate the jelly babies.
Hope the cat don't get sick, William.
Oh, mad thing.
I wonder if the cat ate the green ones.
Must be, man. Jack Grealish is causing all kinds of trouble for England there on the edge of the box. Oh, Sterling, nice little pass there. Come on. Oh,
but nothing comes to fruition.
Excellent build up there, and started by Jack Grealish. And you know what, guys? Superb defending from Italy. Some incredible defending from Chiellini.
Yeah.
England are in pole position at the moment, man. England are on top.
This has literally been a game of 2 halves.
Oh my word!
What happened? What happened?
Jorginho went into a challenge with Henderson.
Yeah.
And I think he's given a foul to England.
G's saying the referee's having a shocker here. Playing advantages when the free kick is clear.
To Grealish
advantage over possession on the wing. Modern refereeing really baffles me. We're just talking about his dumb cat.
Let's watch it again.
So Jorginho gets the ball. He goes into a 50-50 challenge. He puts his studs first and gets the ball. But you know when you tread on the ball spins off and goes down there. His feet then go onto Grealish, onto his inner thigh. And Grealish is down injured, and the referee gives a free kick to England and is going to give a yellow card to Jorginho.
That doesn't make any sense at
all.
Well,
the thing is, when you hit the ball with your studs like this, when you stamp on it, the ball spins and then goes, your follow through studs onto Grealish. That's what the foul is.
He went for the ball, though. He went for the ball.
Yeah,
but it's a follow through. It's a follow through. It's definitely a yellow. It's, you could go in for a challenge, but it's a follow through. If you then get the player as well, especially with your studs, it's a foul.
Yeah, G said this is much better from England now. They've found their energy levels. QK says this is agony. William saying my cat can play soccer. I bet he does. AT is saying is an awful challenge. It is.
It was
Terrible challenge. Look at that. That is studs. I mean, come on. That's studs.
Yes, he got the ball, but it's
Oh my God. Got over 20 people watching live now. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, guys. And let's bring this one home, man. Let's see if England can take this one all the way. Italy going to produce a shocker? We don't know.
I'm telling you now, if this ball doesn't go in, it's going to penalties.
Man.
And the Italian goalkeeper catches it.
That's awful. He said that's a hard yellow. There's no such thing as a hard yellow. It's either yellow or red.
Okay, so guys, let's think back to when Southgate made the substitution and he brought on Henderson for Declan Rice. What changed in England's play? Because they're very the same play, but nothing really changed.
I don't think anything's changed, to be quite honest. It's just the same.
No, yeah, I think he took a defensive stance, especially when he knew he was 1-0 up. He invited them on, and that was a mistake. And they've been paying for that mistake now for quite a considerably long time. And it's harder to climb out of a hole you dig yourself in when it comes to a match like this. You can get away with it with Ukraine or Czech, but against an Italy or Denmark, you can't dig yourself out of a hole like that.
I think that substitution has kind of compromised England's opportunity to make substitutions because, again, you've wasted the substitution with like for like.
Yeah. Jorginho is just a dirty player. William says, great podcast, mate. Thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to have you on board. Keep us company and listen to us as we go through. It's very tense right here. We've got 5 minutes left to play. My heart is pounding out of my chest. My throat. I don't know what is going on at the moment. But I think that should have been a straight red. I think Jorginho. Yeah, if that was any other day and if that was in a Premier League, it would have been a straight red. William says he's proud of everyone here. Cheers. Much appreciated, my brother. Much appreciated.
Big up, man. Big up.
England are having their best period of the game since the second half started.
I think should come on and Saka's come on.
Yeah, but Italy have just been good at quelling those momentums. They've just been so professional and experienced in terms of just knocking that potential trouble back.
I'm not a big fan of Emerson, but I'm going to give him a hand clap. He had a good second half. He's coming off now for Rosie, I think it is.
Florenzi.
So yeah, and Sancho and Rashford are coming on for England.
Why are you making these substitutes? Why are both teams making these substitutes?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's penalties, but it's
penalties in mind.
It's 5 minutes left in the game, and you're changing it with 2 attacking players that should have been on 20 minutes ago.
They should have been on from minute 1, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, you've already diluted the shape of your midfield by bringing Declan Rice on. Ebony, Nay is following you now.
I'm telling you, I said to all of you guys, when it went 1-1, it is going to penalties. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but
because my poor heart can't take it.
Lord, we can't take it no more.
So guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed this Euros. I mean, as I say, this is just a testament of how tight it is at the top to win this tournament. You know, both Italy and England have that didn't steamroll their way through to the finals, but they've been the best 2 teams, and you know, it could go either way. And you know, no one likes penalties, but it looks like this is going to be the way how it's going to be deciding.
Yeah. G's taking the piss again, saying that it should have been a stone cold guarantee that Jorginho will now win the shootout in an outrageous red card article reactions. 0 likes, 0 dislikes.
Italy on the attack now. This into the last minute of extra time, and they've got a a corner.
For us, it is, yeah.
They've got a corner.
So
Rashford.
England's got to be careful here because Rashford and Sancho haven't really got on the pitch.
No, they're about to come on. They're about to come on now.
Yeah.
And it could be Henderson's coming off and Rashford's replacing him. And I think Jordan Sancho is going to come on. And let's see who's going to be. He's going to come on for Saka.
Who's going to be the sacrificial lamb? But he doesn't want Saka taking the penalty.
Walker. So Jordan Sancho's coming on for Walker. Risky because now Henderson's going to have to drop. Henderson's going to have to drop into
into the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've gone into a defensive. I'm just looking at Saka now. Saka's dropped deep. Saka's playing on the left-hand side.
And this is the corner when the substitutions have been made. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh! It flashes past. It flashes past the goal, and the cross comes in, but England clear. Italy still on the ball. A minute left.
How many minutes to come on?
3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Come on, substitution board guy or woman. How many?
3 minutes of injury time, and Italy are still on the ball from the resulting corner.
18 is saying, Vincey, I'm crapping myself here.
Yeah, because when he shouts out, because he's reading it first. So when he shouts out, I'm like, Vincey, what? And
no, I'm telling you, that's how I have to react when I see them situations. It's like it should be a goal, and I just when I'm playing, I'm expecting it to be a goal, and it's like I can't believe it hasn't gone in. It's just like
18 said, Vincey, I'm crapping myself.
What?
PK said, Vincey has me on the edge of my seat.
Oh, sorry guys, that's just me, man. My expectations in certain passages of play is what.
Wow. So it should. I think it's going to be penalties, guys.
I told you.
For the love of God, man, this is not what we wanted to see.
You guys need to listen to me. I told you this was going to be.
Oh my gosh, Italy are just passing the ball. Beautiful passage of play there by Italy. One touch passing, getting out of trouble. England were on the attack, but then Italy has decided to manage to get hold of it, and they are pressing, looking for the.
Italy are winning in midfield right now.
European Championships. Italy still on the ball now, into the last minute of injury time, and the cross comes in and it goes straight out for a goal kick. So it looks like it's going to be penalties here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, England are hanging on at the moment. England are hanging on at the moment. This is tense.
Let's do a straw poll here. Who actually do you think deserves to win this final?
Both teams.
Yeah, I think it's been even. I think England dominated the first half. Italy dominated the second half, and extra time has been.
But I must say that England have had the easiest run.
So who do you think deserves to win this final? Only one team can win it. Who do you think?
I think it's been
I
even.
can't answer that either.
Yeah, I think it's been an even competition. I think it's been even.
There we go. We go off to penalties. I'm going to go. I'm going to stick my head. I'm going to stick my head on the plate and say England, based on their first half performance. Italy did come back into the second half, but then England still had a period in the second half where they were pressing and still had opportunities. Sterling started to wake up, say in the 80th minute, and started to have quite a few dangerous dribbles. Injury time kind of was a bit of nothing really, and we're now off to penalties. So
wow,
it's a lottery now.
Yeah.
I'll go to the toilet.
I don't know at the moment. Oh my God.
Well.
Yeah, okay. Oh, this is absolutely insane. We're going penalties, man. My son's just asked me what's happened. We're going penalties, son. We are going to penalties. No, I'm good, man. So, guys, Vincey poses a good question out there, but it just has just been a really balanced game. I don't think anybody's clearly run away with it. I just think Gareth Southgate got his tactics wrong when he decided to sit on that 1-0 lead. At times, England looked like they were actually going to get two, but it didn't really last long. And we were waiting for Mancini to make some changes in the formation, get the shape right, and deal with the oncoming onslaught that England was giving them. And Italy had been applying all kinds of pressure in the second half. And to be honest with you, England have escaped unscathed and have survived themselves to extra time. So it's been a very even game. But for me, I think it's probably been a fair result. Tony, we're missing you, Tony. We're so missing you. So if you want to come in and enjoy penalties with us, that would be great. It's been tense, Tony. It's just been heart draining.
Good evening, Bob. Good evening, T.
Yeah, I feel drained. I feel drained. And I would love to actually go in. Tony's saying that he predicted it was going to be 1-1 in the Neasden group earlier this evening. Yeah, that's true, actually. He did. He said it's going to be 1-1. Oh, my word. Mancini here giving his players a talking to. Southgate now talking to his England players. He's got everybody he wants who wants to take a penalty for him.
Apollo, can I just say something? I just got a sort of post on my phone. He said, "Wake up, folks! Don't be sheep. Today's match at Wembley, 60,000 fans, including Royals, all not wearing masks and packed in like sardines. Yet tomorrow, they want us to continue wearing masks, 1 meter distance, no crowds in pubs, clubs, churches, transport, etc. Are we this stupid?"
You know what? What I would say to that is, if they still want me to wear a mask, I'd rather not wear a mask. But because I have consideration for other people, I will wear a mask.
Well, yeah, let's be fair. A lot of the people there are vaccinated, so they simply see themselves as no threat. The silly ones are the ones that aren't protected, and they've gone in there with no mask, no protection. We heard what happened when Scotland came to Wembley. Apparently, all the 2,000 Scotland tickets that sold, they were vaccinated. They were sold on the Scottish FA website. But there was a bundle of Scotland fans that came down without tickets that weren't vaccinated, and then in the end, about 1,700 of them got coronavirus. So it's going to happen. But I think we're at the point now where the vaccine's been in play for 7 months. 78 million jabs have gone out. Those who want protection have got them, and those who haven't got protection don't have it. So really, it's down to yourself. If you haven't got protection and you're walking into that kind of environment, you only got yourself to blame. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So,
but the other thing is that the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting coronavirus. It stops it from it helps you fight.
It stops you from going into hospital 76% and stops you from dying 100%. So that's what it prevents. And out of the 1.4 million cases we've had this year, only 216 people have gone into hospital with the vaccines, and that's how secure it is. Here's Tony. Tony, what's going on, bro? Have you enjoyed the game? Have you enjoyed the game?
Yeah. Too much emotion for me.
I hear that, man.
Sorry, just giving you a heads up. He's about to take the first penalty. Berardi's walking up.
Oh man,
I'm gonna have to swap my devices, guys. So I'll come back in a sec.
Okay, no problem. Theo says, sorry guys, I'm an Arsenal fan, but Italy all the way. Mikey's saying England won their last penalty shootout versus Colombia. Oh man, that was a while ago.
What was that?
Vincey,
94?
Vincey, you can take point here because you've got the faster natural.
Okay, so Berardi steps up, left-footed, and slots it coolly into the right-hand post with Pickford going left. Not a chance. Dived the wrong way. Lovely finish.
This
Italy won.
this is set up for this is set up for.
So
England.
Harry Kane is the next to take the penalty. First for England. He walks up. He walks up, Harry Kane, the captain, stares, referee blows the whistle, right-footed, he does his shuffle, and he puts it beautifully in the bottom right-hand corner. Donnarumma dives, but has no chance,
Which he didn't do against Denmark. His kick in Denmark was saved, as we all know.
No chance of saving that. So a beautiful penalty by Harry Kane, 1-1. So we have Andrea Bellotti, the Torino striker, has the ball in his hands. He places it. Let's see if he keeps his cool. He's got a straight run up. He looks like he's going to do a little hop and runs through. Looks a bit nervous to me. I'm not liking this run up. Pickford's jumping up in the middle, centre of goal. Andrea Bellotti runs up, moves to his right, and Pickford goes the right way and makes an absolutely beautiful save.
Oh my God!
I would not say it's the best penalty from Bellotti, but it's a beautiful, beautiful guess.
Oh my God!
Pickford, and he makes the save.
Oh my God!
Advantage England.
Kane's penalty was brilliant. Keeper went the right way as well.
Yeah.
So Harry Kane. So Harry Kane has given England on the board, and up steps Harry Maguire.
Oh, what?
Harry Maguire takes
Are
England.
you kidding me? Oh, this has got a disaster all over it.
So he makes his run up again, starts central, shifts to his left, comes to his right foot, and he takes an absolutely splendid penalty. Top left-hand corner of
Harry Maguire.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Great strike. Stone-faced. Take that. Beautiful. He drives.
So the pressure is all on Italy here.
All on Italy now.
Pickford is going to. You know what? Boy, does Pickford get player of the tournament over Sterling?
Well, I did say.
No.
I'm not sure about player of the tournament. Man of the match, I give it to Pickford.
Does Pickford get player of the tournament over Sterling?
No.
Bonucci has the ball now. He steps to his left-hand side. He's right-footed. He sees his Sheffield. He stumbles, and he lifts it over Pickford into the left-hand side of the goal. Nervous step, and Pickford was not fooled. Outstretched left hand, but he lifts it over him.
It's a good penalty.
Wow. Good pen. So Marcus Rashford, I'm not sure.
Maguire's penalty was unbelievable.
So it's 2-2. Not sure if Rashford has touched the ball during play. What's going on, Kyron?
So what is this? Rashford's first kick, right?
First touch of the ball. Rashford's.
They took a throw in extra time.
Flush on.
Oh dear.
He's out steering Donnarumma. No movement. He moves to his left-hand side. He runs through. He does the stutter. And Rashford looks and Marcus Rashford has
missed
the
post
and missed. Actual stutter completely. I don't know what he was doing. He tried to outfool Donnarumma. He outfooled himself, uncomposed himself, and he scuffs it onto the post.
That was a terrible
way, and England miss. And that's what happens when you bring somebody on who hasn't had a touch just before penalties.
Wow.
So it's 2-2. Bernardeschi steps up. Left footer.
I tell you, penalties are just.
Moves to his right-hand side. Pickford looks very relaxed. He's jumping. Getting that.
He's jumping.
Oh, he goes straight down the middle with his left foot.
That's
Pickford
what Rashford should have done.
goes the wrong way, and Italy are back ahead. Back at end. So all the pressure now back on England. A bit of a scuffed penalty actually from Bernardeschi, but he goes straight down the middle and scores with Pickford going the wrong way.
What was Rashford doing?
Okay.
He's got the TV up.
So we have Jordan Sancho, 2 players back to back who haven't touched the ball during extra time. Jordan Sancho steps up.
I wouldn't have chosen Sancho. I would have actually chosen somebody like
Right-footed. He steps to his left-hand side. The referee blows the whistle.
Don't say anything.
I don't believe it. Another step penalty by England. Donnarumma dives to the right, to this left-hand side. Jordan Sancho goes to the right, and it's a poor penalty. Another step. Donnarumma saves. I cannot believe it. England again have taken 2 shocking penalties.
Yeah, from guys who came off the bench cold. Yeah, that's
their fault though. It's not their fault.
So we have
if he scores
Jorginho
this,
stepping up for the 5th penalty for Italy.
he's going to score this.
You know what happens?
Italy's going to win this one,
Now, can he
guys.
go the right way? Jorginho loves a little step and a stutter.
Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Don't say a word.
He's an experienced penalty taker. Jorginho's an experienced penalty
I'm a
taker.
few seconds behind Vincey.
Italy's going to win this. Italy's going to win this.
If Italy score this goal, this penalty, they win. So Johnny steps up. He takes his run up. He does a step and I don't believe it. He does the same foolishness as he always does. And what does Pickford do? He saves it onto the post.
Oh my God.
Comes back and clutches the ball. Jorginho misses. England still in this. Absolutely great save there by Jordan Pickford. He goes the right way. And Jorginho, he'll stop this, hopefully.
Tony's not saying a word, man.
OMG. OMG.
I'm actually about
fans
a minute
now.
behind the commentary.
Our hero, Saka.
Saka, I will cook you.
Saka takes the England's
I will
fifth
cook you
penalty now.
a year's supply.
On his left foot, on his left side, Saka runs up.
I will cook this boy up.
And Saka misses.
But I'm going to cook him some jollof rice anyway.
Side.
I'm going to cook him jollof rice anyway.
It was a poor penalty. It was a poor penalty by Saka.
I told you Italy would win. I told you. I told you from day one.
He's going to be.
I told you from day one. I said to you guys, Italy are going to win on penalties.
He's in tears. He's uncontrollable now.
Minute one. I said, even before we all knew it was going to be England v Italy, that Italy will win on penalties.
I feel for him. Saka's.
So England's missed their last 3 penalties.
He's inconsolable right now, Saka.
I'd be inconsolable as well. Oh, bless, man.
I actually feel emotional for him. You know, I really do feel emotional right now for Saka.
He's done himself proud. Yeah, he's done himself proud.
Tears, man.
He doesn't even take penalties for Arsenal. That's the first penalty I've ever seen him taken.
And you know what happens with England players when they miss a penalty? They get crucified by fans up and down the. And he's played well for England. He really has played well.
He has.
And that's why I don't like penalties. Such a shame to finish. That is such a shame. I got nothing to say, guys. I got nothing. Such a shame.
Apollo, do you remember my text from earlier in the evening in the Neasden group?
Yeah.
I made this exact
himself proud.
prediction. 1-1 Italy on penalties.
I said that.
And,
I said that.
and Ebony, what's the score on the penalties? What did I say? The score on the
You said
penalties would be?
3-2. You said 3-2.
I said whoever wins is going to
He
be
said
3-2.
3-2. Vincey did say 3-2, people. He said
He
3-2.
did.
Wow. Well, I'm not gloating, even though I'm wearing the Italian Azzurri shirt. I'm just going to give some props right now to Mancini. You've got to herald what he's done. This Italy didn't make the Russia World Cup, and they've come in this on the back of European Championships and friendlies. And they're unbeaten. He's changed the way how Italy's playing football, and he's come to this tournament with a young side, done it the Sampdoria way, and he's done it.
This is
Huge.
for me. I mean, I haven't got much to say. I thought it was a pretty even game, but all I can say is it's such sad scenes for England. Saka burst into tears after his penalty was saved. Every England player surrounds him to give him some support. Sancho is also broken down in tears and receiving the same support. It's agony for England. They succumb to another penalty shootout. Jordan Pickford's heroics has gone in vain. Rashford, Sancho, and Saka all miss for England. And this is, the golden rule. Go down if you're not sure. Go down the middle. That's how it's always been, and no one's told these young kids that. No one has taken them aside and just says, if in doubt, go down the middle. Saka's penalty wasn't that bad. I mean, the credit to the goalkeeper who went the right way, but the other two penalties were poor.
When you look at the way Saka approaches the ball, you can tell where he's going to put it.
Yeah, there's no disguise there.
There's no disguise.
And this is the thing. We said it. What changes is Southgate going to make? And he waited until 1 minute into the second period of extra time to bring on two players who are going to make substitute to take penalties. And they looked nervous to try and outwit the goalkeeper in taking it. And it's
because the other team goalkeeper
if
was in
that's
tears.
the only thing. What was that,
The other
Kyron?
team's goalkeeper was in tears.
I feel it's Saka.
To be fair, he needs.
You know what? Penalties are one of these potluck
actually
things, and I mean, just watching Saka cry, I want to be there to console him, and Rashford and Sancho.
Kyron, how you feel? How do you feel, Kyron?
Happy.
You feel happy? You wanted Italy to win?
Yes.
I didn't grow up
He
like
wins a
that.
prize. Kyron wins a prize because he has Italy in his school,
No, in my class.
in his class. Yeah.
Oh, well done, Kyron.
Yeah, when I was Kyron's age, I was a hard
Wait, I need to
England
show
fan.
you something.
I used to wear all their shirts.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Kay. I'm fighting back those tears for Saka right now because that was painful to watch. As an Arsenal fan, that was painful to watch, and I feel.
But Kyle Saka can say that he's done himself well.
Yeah, his market value's gone up.
Yeah,
He's announced himself to the world ahead of next year's World Cup. He's grown immensely. But hey, look, somebody else has had a great day today.
Yeah.
Champion. Kyron is a champion. He played a football tournament today, and
well done, Kyron.
His team won.
Excellent, well done,
Campeones, ole, ole, ole. Campeones, ole.
Ole.
I'm turning off my BBC iPlayer. I'm done with that now.
Sterling has done himself proud as well. Should we go in for him? Should we go in for him?
I'm feeling for them because I didn't expect it to go to penalties.
I said it was going to go to penalties.
Well, you know,
I even said it when the draw was, when it came out that England were going to meet Italy in the final. I said it was going to end in penalties.
yeah, I mean, 18 says, how does Saka manage that? Saka is broken. Lundberg, good to see you, bro. I haven't seen you in a while. Says Southgate has no balls. That man's sack is shriveled and empty. I've been giving Southgate a lot of praise for this tournament, but he got it wrong. He didn't make Saka and Sancho should have been on in the first half of extra time. You get them on the field cold when they barely had a touch of the ball, and then ask them to take a penalty in the final of the Euros. I mean, who does that? Both of these players, Saka's 19 years old. I just don't know. I just haven't got any excuses. You're going to have to wear that one and take it on the chin, because to me, that doesn't work. And you've killed the guy's experience now. I mean, England in a major tournament shootouts. Actually, you know what? I'll grab this for you lot to see.
Oh, nice one, Kyron. Nice one.
Excellent. I'd love to come and see you play.
Hey, Tony, is that the Rotterdam colours? Red and black?
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah, Lundbergkamp says as well, on what planet does Mount start over good? Mount was horrible.
He was
for the
terrible
whole
today.
game. He was. How did that guy last the time he did on the field? And then he took off Rice, which was our best player. Yeah, all of the things that he shouldn't have done, he done. Nay says, I blame Southgate too. Totally wrong tag list. Yeah, he changed the formation and made us go on the back foot. He made us defend the 1-0 lead, and Italy came onto us and got their just deserves. And when, 9 times out of 10, no, not even 9 times out of 10, 6 times out of 10, that tactic works. But 4 times out of 10, if you sit back and invite a team on, the pressure was on us in the second half. It never stopped. We were lambs to a slaughter, and the goal was coming. It was coming, and then in the end, Italy got their just deserves. Penalty decision was awful. Maybe you can shout and say that Sterling deserved the penalty. Dean's saying Southgate is a chump and spineless. He's been saying that for weeks, actually. Credit to Roberto Mancini, because he made the changes when they needed to be changed.
Yeah, he made decisive changes. At 55 minutes, he made huge, decisive changes. But you know what? I don't think Southgate deserves any
criticisms.
I do.
Yeah, I mean,
you've managed a bad
got
game.
A young team there. You've taken them to a major final, and you've lost on penalties. You didn't lose in normal time. You lost on penalties.
Isn't that the England thing, though? Isn't that the trope? We've got here, Tony. 22%. England have won just 22% of their major tournament shootouts. That's 2 out of 9 in the World Cup and Euros. Hear this, Tony. The lowest ratio of any European nation to be involved in 3 or more.
Yeah, but that number's
there's no buts, Tony. There's no buts.
Look, penalties is a gimmick. It's just not something that you can ever say, well, you know what? We practice penalties. We're supposed to win them. We support Arsenal. Yeah. All 4 of us. Apollo, I've been to 4 European finals.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, I've been to 4 European finals and seen Arsenal lose in all 4. Yeah, the 5th one, Baku, I would have gone had I could have got a flight from Baku to America, because I had another appointment to go to. But 4 European finals I have been to see Arsenal play. And I've paid through the teeth. I was just trying to explain to somebody else, somebody got a ticket today for this game for £750. I said, you got away with a great price, because when Arsenal played Barcelona, I paid £1,000 for my ticket. I've been to 4 finals and never seen my team win a European final. So the same criticism that we can lay at England for penalty shootouts, you can lay at Arsenal for European finals.
Yeah.
5 European finals on the trot we have lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all you people who are saying, "Oh, well, England are bottle jobs," well, so are Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally.
Yeah. And this is the first final in my lifetime I've seen England in, but I've seen Arsenal in 5.
Yeah, that's true. I was saying that to my wife today. I said, 55 years, the majority of us have never seen England in a final.
In a cup final.
Yeah. And what's the chances of me seeing England win a tournament now?
Yeah.
It might happen next year.
Arsenal win a
It might
European
not.
trophy, and yet still,
Yeah.
my chances are slim because I've been to 4 out of 5 in my lifetime and not seen a single win.
I mean, Tony, Vincey, and Ebony, could you imagine this England team, as good as they are, and they're good, yeah, give them credit, could you imagine them going up against the South Americans?
That's going to be a lot more difficult.
Well, that's the World Cup next year, isn't it?
No.
I can see it.
Say that. Sorry.
You go, Tone. Finish what you're saying.
The reason I say don't say that is because did you see the Copa America?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't think much of it. I didn't see anything in any of them games that made me think South American teams have got one up on European teams.
I think they're good teams. But
no,
I think
they're not good teams.
I think they're decent teams.
They're not.
But I think
Colombia and the team who came third, third and fourth. No.
Argentina won it. They beat
in the third, fourth playoff are not good teams.
I think they're decent teams. I think Uruguay's a decent team.
No,
but they are not better than France.
No, exactly.
France right now are the standard in world football. And when the World Cup comes around next season,
Belgium.
Well, Belgium ain't won anything, so I'm not talking about Belgium. I don't agree that until they win something big, then they're always going to be regarded as the bridesmaid. Vincent,
number 1.
In answer to your question, I think England can hold their own against the South American teams. I think what this tournament has shown is that England have made progress. They've got to a final. They've gone through 90 minutes. They've took the lead, and they've gone to extra time and gone to penalties and lost again. Progress has been made. They've got experience, but they're such a young squad. We've played. You've got to remember, yes, England's got wealth of pace and talent on the bench, but also that wealth of talent were not always fit.
Yeah.
People are crying out for Grealish to be starting over Mount. Grealish can't last 90 minutes. You can't last 90 minutes. So next year's World Cup, you're going to see a better England. You're going to see a better England experienced with Southgate as a coach. So some of the mistakes that he probably made during this final, he's going to reflect on it and say, okay, in another situation, he's going to make those changes. So I don't fear England against South American teams. The key thing is England got over a big hurdle this tournament. They took the game to Germany. They weren't scared against Germany, and they beat Germany. They beat them in that game. That's huge for them. So if they can replicate that when they're playing South American teams, again like Argentina, again like Brazil, because these two nations have got the better over England in the past. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in knockout football. It's all about mentality and taking their chances.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't see anybody turning over France. I think France are clear favourites to win the World Cup next year.
I think.
The European team, in the World Cup. I mean, when was the last time a South American team won the World Cup? Italy won it in 2006. Spain won it in 2010. Germany won it in 2014. France won it 2018. It's been a long time since the first.
2002.
Has actually won the World Cup.
See the final, Brazil against Argentina.
Yeah, I saw it.
Brazil that's a Brazilian team. Neymar is on his own in that team as an outstanding player. The type of football that we are used to seeing from Brazil just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, Mikey says this 2002, the last time a South American
Brazil.
team won.
Brazil.
Yeah, I actually think, me personally, yes, I love Italy, but I think England have got a good chance. Depending on how the draw works out, my two teams to get to the final next year would be Argentina and probably England. I don't underestimate the key difference that Emmy is going to make to this Argentinian team. You know, and remember, I don't think Dybala didn't play that much for Argentina this.
No, he didn't. Yeah,
He didn't at all.
Yeah. So, you know, another huge player to.
Yeah.
Can I just say that, you know, I mean, I just think that, you know, Gareth Southgate, I think he made his substitutions far too late. I think that, you know, certain players, the players that he could have brought on from the bench, he should have done. He should have played Sancho. He should have played Rashford. He could have played Grealish from the beginning, but he didn't. And I don't know if it's because the last team that he played against, who's the last team? Denmark, because he thought, all right, okay, this team did really well against Denmark. I'm going to stick with it. And I think most England fans will think, okay, this team has done well, so we're going to go. But sometimes you have to freshen it up. That's what I think.
Yeah, he had a formula that worked.
Yeah.
What happened?
Nobody
what happened?
changes a semi-final winning team to play in a final. Nobody does that.
He had a formula that worked. So the problem was England dominated the first half of this game, and we talked about Mancini counteracting that, getting his team reshaped, getting them to deal with the rush. England was penetrating them. They were pressing them. They were winning the balls in the midfield, and they were all over them. Mancini came out with an answer for that in the second half, and Southgate couldn't counter it. That was the MacGuffin in this game. That's what really turned the game in their favor. He didn't have an answer. Mancini did, and then Italy won it. When it was going to penalties, guys, there's only one winner there. You know, if there's an England fan out there that would have been confident of them winning, I would have loved to admit.
The fact of the matter is, I mean, he had so much talent on the bench. He could have actually, if he's going to bring on these players later on in the game, he could have brought them on.
Yes, I agree.
After the first half,
I agree.
That's what he should have done. You know, if you're going to go out, this is a final. And if you're going to, and if you want to get that trophy, you have to. I'm not saying you have to play your best team all the time because it's burnout and injuries and stuff like that. But this is a final. You have to bring your A game.
Yeah.
And
to me,
didn't bring his A game.
Yeah, I know why he did what he did. He had a team. He had the best defense in the competition. Hadn't let her go in from open play in 7 games, and he took a gamble. He said, "I'm going to shut up shop. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to try and defend this lead. We got 20 minutes to go. We can do it." And unfortunately, it didn't work out, and they paid for that. Go on, Vincey.
So can I ask a question? I'm going to play devil's advocate here. But do you feel a bit strange that neither Sterling or Grealish took a penalty, and the two late substitutes, Rashford and Sancho, took a penalty ahead of them?
No, because you know who's going to take penalties before you even step on the pitch for the first minute of the game. You do all that in training. Every game, every training session, at the end of training, you know they go and they do penalties. Yeah? You know that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
they know. Right, boys, at the end of the game, who's taking penalties? Based on what we've seen on the training pitch, these 5 players are the first 5, and this is the
that's
order.
true. And what was crazy?
A decision made at the 104th minute. It's a
I
decision
agree.
made a week ago.
Yeah, but these guys.
They knew.
Yeah, but the thing is, look, Tony, what's crazy?
These guys just stepped on the pitch. These guys just stepped onto the pitch.
They just stepped on the pitch. What's crazy about that is Luke Shaw is your free kick taker.
Why
He's your set piece. Why didn't he take a penalty?
Luke Shaw would have taken a penalty. Harry Kane would have taken a penalty. Who else was on there? Maybe not Mason Mount.
Maguire took the best penalty in the whole competition.
Sterling could have taken a penalty.
If Saka's penalty, if Saka got more height on his penalty, goalie wouldn't have been able to reach it.
Yeah,
Maguire's penalty was the best we saw today.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that those two playing the minutes they played. I know what it's like taking penalties. Yes, Tony, I know what you're saying. The decision's been made, but those two players didn't. But they didn't touch the ball.
They don't need to, bro. You don't need to touch the ball.
But look at their penalties. Look at their two penalties.
Bro,
they were shocking.
Be honest. Be honest.
They were shocking.
If I give you the ball right now and say, bro, could you take a penalty? Do you feel?
I could take a penalty. I could take a penalty with both feet, but I could take a penalty with both feet.
That's what I'm saying.
I could take a
penalties, man.
Nah. Listen, I need to touch the ball first before I take a penalty, man.
No, I don't need.
I don't need 10 minutes of football.
Yeah,
I don't need to touch the ball. Just like Rashford. If you looked Harry, I don't need to look at the ball.
Yeah.
You know where you stand up. You know where your run is. I take one step. Okay.
Exactly.
So I know where the ball's either side. Put my foot round it. It's going to go in off the post, or it's going to go top.
I haven't even felt the ball yet. My foot hasn't even touched. I don't know what the ball feels like.
This is where
I haven't had a kick. I haven't kicked a ball yet in 2 hours.
Apollo, let me ask you a question. You watch American football. A place kicker does not touch the field before he takes a penalty, before he takes a field goal.
Yeah, he does.
But he's kicking the ball into the net.
Kicking the ball on the sideline.
He's kicking it 60 yards, right?
Yeah.
And he ain't been on the pitch for the whole game.
But he kicks it on the sideline into a net as hard as he can.
So
he's warmed up.
I'm saying.
Yeah, he's warmed up.
Kicking a ball into a net is not the same as kicking it in the real field.
It isn't, but you get I'm saying I want to feel the ball on my boot.
No, because what you need to do is if you feel that you need to feel the ball, guess what you do? You take a ball on the side of the pitch and you kick it up and down.
But they can't. They don't do that. They don't do that. When have you ever seen a substitute run up and down with the ball at his feet?
Penalties, and my requirement is to feel the ball.
Yeah.
Between the time the final whistle blows and the time I get to kick the ball into the net, I have more than enough time.
We can't because
the ball, feel the ball, kiss the ball, sleep with the ball before I take my kick.
You can't, because in that instance, as Southgate's got the whole team talking tactics and everybody's jeering each other up. You can't be off on the corner there messing around with the football.
You can.
Yeah, it's cold, Tony.
What you require, Apollo, if that's what you require to take a penalty, then
I understand what you're saying, Tony. I understand what you're saying.
I understand what he's saying, but I'm not. For me, that's on Southgate. He let these guys in cold, and they were cold turkey. And in the NFL, we call that spike in the kicker. They spike their penalty takers.
Okay, let me give you another one.
Should have got them on earlier.
Back in the day, you used to change the goalkeeper on the 114th minute to get your good goalkeeper for penalties.
Yeah.
He doesn't touch the ball, does he? He doesn't touch the ball.
He never touched the ball.
No, but
guess what? He would come up and save penalties.
Yeah, but that's the thing. A goalkeeper is a goalkeeper's percentage.
No, it's not the
sorry. A goalkeeper's percentage of saving the ball is way lower than a penalty taker's ability to score a goal. So he's got no pressure. The pressure's on the penalty taker, not the goalkeeper. So that's a completely different argument.
Apollo, I'm sorry to say this, but you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong. I think.
Let me break this down.
Okay, what's the percentage? What's the percentage of penalties converted compared to saves made?
Apollo, let me break this down for you. If I get paid 100 grand a week, and all I have to do every week, every day, is put the ball in the back of the net for 100 grand a week, I should not miss the penalty at all.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, as you saw today, it doesn't work like that, my friend.
And I understand what Tony's saying. I understand what Tony's saying, especially as a striker, especially as a winger, especially as somebody who creates penalties. I understand that mindset. I can go back into a player in front of the goalkeeper. You live and you'll take that any day of the week. As for Marcus Rashford, if you're going to take a free kick, and Marcus Rashford can take some free kicks from distance, so a penalty, it shouldn't be as I'm saying. It shouldn't be, but nerves do play in, and
young players, man.
and I looked at this
12 yards,
penalty.
bro.
Yeah, I looked at his penalty and I saw nerves. Both him and Sanchez, I saw nerves.
Let me break this down again for you, Apollo. If I'm taking penalties, where's the one place you can't save a penalty?
Top left and right. Top left and right.
Yeah, top left and right.
Even with one step, top left or right. You can get
postage stamp.
If I'm getting paid 100 grand a week, top bins should be just regular.
It should be, Tony, but that's not what's happening. You saw that today.
Your excuse doesn't carry any weight.
It carries a lot of weight. If I'm a goalkeeper and you sub me in, so you sub me in, Apollo, you're going to play extra time for 2 minutes, and I'm going to get you to make this save. And I dive the wrong way.
No,
I don't lose nothing.
No,
but if I'm a player who comes in cold and I kick it and it hits the post and miss, everything is destroyed. It's two different things. There's no pressure on the goalie.
You've been warming up for the last half hour. You've been warming up all game.
I ain't kicked a ball all game.
You don't need to.
All right, okay. I need to kick a ball. And judging from what I saw from those young players, they needed to get on the field and be warmed up because
they need to practice penalties better.
Yeah, that was awful. I've never seen Saka take a penalty before in my life.
I question that one. I do. Yeah. I question that one.
Guys,
especially
listen,
as you said, Luke Shaw is a dead ball specialist. That's what he does every day.
Why? Where was Luke Shaw? Yeah, sorry, go on, Ebony.
No, I'm just saying, you know, you can't look. Penalties are potluck.
I gotta go. I gotta put this man to bed. Sorry, guys.
See you later.
All right. Nice one, Tony. Nice one. Night, Kyron.
Have a good night, Kyron.
Night, Kyron.
And well done today, son. Well done for your
well done.
Big shout out for you, man.
Champions.
Champion.
See you later, guys.
Take care.
That was just...
Listen, penalties are just, you know, luck of the draw. You know, you can be paid £200,000 a week and practice penalties in the training ground. You can still miss. You could be playing for the 90 minutes and then pick to take penalties and pick to take a penalty. You could still miss. It's luck of the draw. You know, no one knows what's going to happen in penalties. If you know, some people hit top bins, some people hit bottom bins. That's how it goes. But I feel it for Saka. I'll still cook him a year's supply of jollof rice, but you know, I feel it for him, and he can. You know, as much as I am not an England fan, you know that team is the best team that England have had in a very long time. Yeah. That team is the England team that's gone the furthest since 1966.
And I don't think they'll get another chance as good as this. This is the thing.
They might do.
How?
They might do.
Germany's going to come back, but Germany won the World Cup last time. They're going to be back. France is going to be hungry.
Of course.
Belgium's going to be back. Holland is going to be Holland has been touted as the best youngest team in European football right now. They tripped up in this tournament.
More confidence.
They're the best team not to win a major trophy.
Sorry, Vince, go on.
So right now, I've got more confidence in England progressing more than Germany right now. I think fans. Yes, England lost today, but it's a young team.
Yes,
it's a young team.
They've got time to grow.
And they're making progress. So, yes, the World Cup's next year. Yes, Germany's going to get better. But England are still ahead of these. They're still ahead. You know, it's not all doom and gloom. Yes, it was the best.
I think,
you know what? Come the World Cup next year in Qatar, they may get a South American team and beat them.
Yeah.
Because I mean, as you pointed out,
I'm not going for that, guys. I think that what we witnessed over the last few weeks was, it was, you know, there's the saying, Vincey and Ebony, that the moons align, and everything was working out. The draw was the most important thing to get the Ukraine, to get Denmark, and avoid the big boys.
Well, this is
that's not going to happen again next year.
The thing is, England. To qualify, England always get an easy draw anyway. Yeah. In the group stages over the past few years, England have had had it lucky in the sense that they've come out of their group, not a very strong group. You know, they're usually the strongest group in the group stages, and then it comes to the knockout stages.
Yeah, never gets past the preliminaries. I mean, they even had an Italian team that its best player had to come off after full time, and its other best player, what's his name? Spinazzola. He didn't even play because he was injured. Everything was pointing towards England to win. You can't get any better. You can't get it set up any better than it was in this final.
However, counteract what you just said.
Not happen in the World Cups next year. I'm sorry.
I understand.
But you're going to be disappointed next year.
But to counteract, let's flip the script. England played one game away from Wembley, and you think home field advantage should favour them.
Everything was lined up for them to win. Yeah.
But also, you're playing a team that's got the weight of the nation that hasn't won a major trophy. So it's not a given that England are going to win every. Hold on, it's not a given that England are going to win every game. What they've done is they've got to the final. Yeah, they've looked competent. They had a great chance to win it, and it didn't work out. So, you know, I'm not going to write off this young team when it comes to the future tournaments in the next tournament. I'm not going to do it because they've shown me enough that actually make the tweaks, come out, be positive again. They can still cause teams trouble. They've got pace in this team that they hardly used.
Yeah, I just think I don't see it because I don't see the home field advantage, the injuries to opposing teams' best players, the easy schedule. That is not going to happen in the World Cup. You had it all laid out for you and you fumbled it. And I think next year, I think it's going to be it's going to be even tougher.
Harder. Of course, it's going to be even harder because you've got more countries in it, and you know you've got more countries. You know, you have the more experienced countries as well in terms of winning trophies. You'll have all the South American teams there. You'll have all the European teams that will come back strong. You'll have a couple of Asian teams in there as well that have improved. So it'll be more countries. It'll be a longer competition. Well, yeah, about 4 weeks. It'll be tougher, but you know, at the end of the day, as Vincey said, as you said, you know, England had it there. It was theirs to win.
Yeah.
So
you have to blame. You have to look at some of the tactics, and you have to look at some of the decisions that Gareth Southgate made.
Yeah. Go on, Vincey.
So can I ask the question, just based on what we've just been discussing, and you saying that they had it on the plate, and the guys in the chat, you can comment here. Do you think, based on the result of this tournament, that England are just not capable of winning a major tournament?
No.
In football?
No. I think that in next year they'll have more experience. And Gareth Southgate, if he is the manager, which he probably will be, and to be fair, you know, I'd like to see him still being the manager. He'll know what to do. He'll have the knowledge. He'll say to himself, right, next time I won't pick certain players that haven't been on the field to do penalties. Next time what I will do is I will choose people who've played for 90 minutes or at least 20 minutes to take these penalties. This team will grow. This team will grow. As long as they stay together, as long as they keep playing.
They'll definitely grow, but the thing is, it isn't going to be easy next year.
It's not going to be easy, no. But at the end of the day, you know, Gareth Southgate has taught himself a lesson. And if you want to, and this is a final. Today was a final. You know, he should have played his best team. Yes, you can argue that, you know, the whole team are good as a unit, and you know, and he probably would have had bad hard decisions to make. But you know, you've got Rashford on the bench, you've got Grealish, you've got Sancho. Come on. You know?
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't. England ain't going to get anywhere near winning a World Cup next year, because quite frankly, there's just you're not going to get the home field advantage. People forget how important it was to play 80% of their games inside Wembley Stadium at home. I mean, to have the fans there, the camaraderie. This ain't gonna happen again.
You know what, and that's
look, England would have had trouble getting past Spain in the semi-final. No doubt about it. When I watched the game with Vincey, I said, Vincey, I'm glad that they got Denmark because they wouldn't have beaten Italy. And look, big shout out to Italy because what they did against Spain and what they did in this game in the final is phenomenal. Absolutely.
Remember what I said? Italy would do exactly the same thing that they did against Spain.
Yes, you did say that.
In the first half, I don't know what the percentage was, but I know England had a higher percentage than Italy in the first half.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's what it takes to win. That's what it takes to be champions.
And they counted, and they got back into the game. That's exactly what they did.
Spain was slicing them up. Spain had 70% possession. If England had played that Spain team, I think they would have got knocked out. That's just my personal opinion. Italy, for what they have been able to achieve in this tournament, and for the injuries they've had to carry, Italy have been absolutely fantastic. And that's what it takes to be called champions. You have to go through that trials and tribulations and the injuries that knocked them. And they went through a tough schedule to get to the final, to play the home team, the team with the best defensive record ever in any international competition ever. And Italy still won. That's what it takes to be champions. And next year is going to be twice as hard in the World Cup. I think that, there's a comment here. 18 says, let's put it into perspective. It's taken us 55 years to get to a final. That's how long it's taken to get to that level. So I don't see that happening in the World Cup next year. And you know me, I'm humble. If I'm wrong, I put my hands up. If England go and do well and win the World Cup next year, I will be the first person to say, yo, I was wrong, man. They went on foreign soil. They took teams on at their best, and they did it. They've grown as a team because they're a young team. But there's a lot of other young teams that are in front. In fact, France are in their prime, considered in their prime with their players.
Can I just say that at the end of the day, England were lucky to have had home advantage. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
It doesn't. The FIFA
usually
to stop us from having
the only team that has home advantage is the country that's hosting the competition.
Yeah.
And sometimes they get knocked out. So
and you know what? And what did the fans go and do? Trash Trafalgar Square. So we've been begging FIFA to give us something. And when something happens in London, what do the fans do? The fans go and prove to FIFA why they don't want England to host anything. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up.
And that's not being biased. You have to look at some of the England fans and think to yourself, these are the same fans that will go abroad and do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you're talking about a country that's been banned from playing in Europe for 6 years.
Yeah, back in the 80s.
These are the type of things like the FIFA, much like most sporting events in the world, including tennis, Formula One, they're trying to go to Arab nations and Asian nations and oil-rich nations to host, to try
with the amount some of these England fans drink.
Yeah, but they're trying to get to those nations to build up the awareness of the game in other countries that can afford to host it, because it's a money-making thing. This is. Why would they come to London? You don't have to develop football in London. London's the last place you want to develop.
But bearing in mind, some of the England fans, and I'm not saying that other country fans don't do it, because they do, but we know what England fans are like, or what some England fans are like. There's no etiquette at all. They think that they have the God-given right to go to anywhere across the world and trash the place. We've seen it in when some Chelsea fans they went to, I think it was Spain, and they pushed. Well, one of them pushed one of the locals in a fountain. We saw the same thing on a train where they pushed a black guy in France. And this is not just Chelsea fans, by the way, but there are other fans who do this. But that's England. That's some England fans for you.
Yeah, and to be honest,
No
I thought they were going to misbehave because anytime England and Scotland get together, it's war. And they actually behaved themselves that day. And I was really proud of the fans for doing that. But then what did they go and do? Mash up Trafalgar Square. D saying, best chance gone. Agree, Apollo. Plus, they were facing their own fans in the shootout. It's never coming home. Mr. Bungle disagrees. Mr. Bungle, big shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. I hope your family's okay. Mr. Bungle says it is coming home. Well, yeah, I mean the final was at Wembley, so I guess you could say football has come home. G says America will be. I'll shut up. D says, thank you, bro. Hooligans. That's the culture of these people and their ancestors. Zero sympathy for these mad rats. Bit harsh, but yeah. Mikey says England seems to be an improving team, but in the World Cup next year, they won't have home field advantage and probably not the same easy draw. Exactly what I'm saying. What happens if England draw, say, Portugal and Belgium in their group? And then they don't even make the preliminaries. What happens then? The moons were aligned in this competition, and I think this was England's best chance to win a tournament. I want to give a drink and congratulations though to Vinci. Well done for Italy. Well done. An amazing game, but a brilliant tournament. Was said to not even beat Spain in the semi-final and got through there and then went on in the final to beat the home team with the best defensive record in the history of international football. Absolutely brilliant. Cheers, mate. Thumbs up to you.
Well done, Vinci. You know, you called it. You know,
Thanks, guys.
You have to remember that England had an easy run up to this final. All right, they had Croatia, the Czech Republic, and Scotland in their group. Yeah, they won all their games with the exception of Scotland. Yeah, then they come out of the group. They faced who's it that they faced? Who was the first team that they faced?
Ukraine.
Germany.
Yeah, Germany.
Germany. Yeah. This is possibly the worst German side that I've ever seen. Yeah. Then they went on to beat Croatia, who took it lying down. Then they came up against Denmark, who gave them a test. Denmark were the only decent team that actually ran them to the ground.
Look at Group F: France, Germany, Portugal.
Hard group.
Portugal didn't even make. Portugal have won the tournament. They didn't even get through to the preliminaries.
To win, as far as I'm concerned, but yeah,
they didn't even get through to the preliminaries. Spain struggled to get through. For some teams, this was tough.
Of course, it was tough. I mean, it was also a competition that you looked at some of the best teams in, like, what do you mean you're out? Belgium, Holland, France. England could count themselves lucky in the sense of who they had up to the final. And like I said, they came up against Denmark, and I guess a lot of people underestimated Denmark, and Denmark took the game to them.
Yeah, sorry to say, guys, I think this is England's best chance of winning a trophy, and I don't think they're going to get a chance like this again for a long time.
For Denmark to lose. It took extra time.
DT says, sorry, Vincent, let me read this first. DT says, Forza Italy, I'm Irish, so I'm with Italy. Come on. So count him as a Tifosi as well.
Can I just read D Dubs' comment? He says, don't hurt. This is a country filled with disorderly, barbaric drunkards. Look what they've done to our ancestors. Southgate.
I read that already.
Spineless. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Vincent, have you got any closing words for us before we go?
No, I just want to. First of all, I just want to herald Mancini as a manager, as a coach. He got outplayed in the first half, and Southgate outsmarted him. I'll give credit to him there. Second half, he made the changes. He was bold. He gave his team the opportunity to go out there and win the game. Second half, in extra time, and they managed to pull it out in penalties. You know, I want to give credit to Gareth Southgate for making bold decisions. And it probably looks like he was only probably playing with about a 13-man squad, to be honest. And that's concerning. And that's something where he's going to have to work on and give his team opportunities to win these tight matches by making those substitutions early. But no, I just think it's been a great stream today. You know, big up the guys in the chat. I think it's been a great Euros that you've had for matches, Apollo. I'm proud to be a part of that.
Cheers, bro.
And you know, I'm happy for Italy. They're back on the world stage, and I just hope these young, please do not crucify. I know when these guys get back to their clubs, and we get back to the tribal warfare of club football, please don't crucify these England youngsters, man, because they've got so much. They've turned the corner where the golden generations of yesteryears haven't done that, and it's still within England's grasp that they can come out and win a major tournament. These youngsters have to learn. I just don't crucify them when the season starts.
You know, Spurs fans are going to be waiting for Saka. You know, they're going to be on him as soon as the season starts.
Yeah, but then if they're going to do that, then they have to do that. I'm not encouraging it, by the way. But if they're going to do it to Saka, especially when it gets to the rivalry, the North London derby, they're going to have to do it to other players as well that were in the team when they play those teams. Like I said, I'm not encouraging it, but I'm gonna put this out there. I don't care who gets annoyed when I say this, but the same players that miss the penalties, they will be abused in more ways than one.
We have to wait to see on that one
By the same racist England fans who consider them English when they're in the English shirt, when they're playing for their respective clubs. I'm not even going to say on here what the names are, but you can.
Yeah, we've seen the Twitter abuse. It's happened. We can't shy away from it, and these people have to be named and shamed. Even though you can pretty much make a Twitter account for your 2-year-old baby these days. But DT says I'm the only person sorry for Saka because he missed, and the United players. Theo says that was the best chance for England to win the cup in front of the fans on home ground. Italy was so strong. Agreed. 18 says, great stream, guys. I want to close up the stream now by leaving it on the note of the manager. And the manager says, he's talking to BBC. He says, what would you say to Bukayo Saka? And I'm not sure why they're signaling out Saka, because there was 3 players that missed penalties. And this is just more pressure on his young shoulders because he's the youngest out of the trio. So you make it a big issue now to put this on the BBC and just sell it to everybody and the pundits as it is. They shouldn't have the question should have been, what would you say to the 3 young players who missed the penalty? You shouldn't nail it just on Bukayo Saka. I think that's wrong, but anyway, I digress.
Exactly.
The manager says that's down to me. I choose the penalty takers based on what they've done in training, as Tony alluded to, and nobody is on their own. We've won together as a team. It's absolutely on all of us in terms of not being able to win tonight. But in terms of, I think the biggest quantifier was you, Gareth, and the substitutions. But in terms of the penalties, that's my call and totally rests with me. So it's good he's taking onuses on that. He said, we were well prepared and started well, but unfortunately the guys weren't able to convert tonight. What does he mean by convert? If you're talking about the penalties, I understand, but within the 90 minutes or 120 minutes of normal time, you didn't look as dangerous. And what chances did you not convert? I didn't see you create a lot of chances tonight. And he says that they can't look at themselves in terms of how they practiced because they couldn't do any more or any better. What's your thoughts on that, Vinci and Ebony?
My thoughts, as I said, it's the manager decides who's taking the penalties. Yes, it could be made in training and so forth, but at the end of 120 minutes, I ask the question again. You've got more senior players, more competent players on top of the pitch who could actually step up and take penalties. Who's confident? Those big players, those big name players. Sterling was not confident in taking a penalty. Grealish was not confident in taking a penalty. Luke Shaw, he's a free kick taker, was not confident in taking a penalty. Guess who stood up and took the penalties? You got Rashford, you got Sancho, and you got Saka. Now, yes, there were two of those players were cold coming into taking penalties, but they stood up. They stood up for their country, and these things happen. I'm sad. This is the fallout for what penalties does, but a manager has to protect their players, in my opinion, by giving them the best opportunity to, if you're going to use them to make those penalties, get them on earlier. That's my call. But at the end of the day, he stood up. He's made the right decision. I just hope that the England fans understand what it's like. It's not easy. Penalties can go either way. Nerves, it can happen. I was a confident penalty taker. Some players who are strikers, some players who are wingers aren't confident penalty takers. These things happen, but I don't think it was one of England's better games. They had a great first half, but they kind of moved away from their tactics in the game, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for them at this stage. So.
But before you go, Ebony, I just want to say that if you're Sterling or Grealish, you can't sit there and have a young player take a penalty before you do.
Can't do it.
You can't do it. That is, no matter what anybody says, you can't be a leader and a veteran of this team and in the Premier League and afford to have a young player take a penalty ahead of you.
You can't do it.
What do I say?
Henderson's there as well.
Yeah, I mean, understandably and fair enough, and quite rightly, Gareth Southgate has taken ownership on his part. As I said before, you had a wealth of penalty takers other than the ones that he chose. He should have chosen the penalty takers that are proven penalty takers. Because it's not Bukayo Saka's fault that he was chosen. He didn't choose himself. It wasn't Marcus Rashford's fault that he was chosen. He didn't choose himself, and it wasn't Jadon Sancho's fault for being chosen. He didn't choose himself. You can't blame those three. It's not their fault. And Gareth Southgate has taken responsibility, but then he also should have taken responsibility of bringing on certain players early. He should have brought on certain players after the first half. That's the best time to make those changes, as far as I'm concerned. And he didn't. I don't know if it was an underestimation of Italy because they are an older team, or he just thought, well, I have this formula, I'm going to stick to it. Sometimes you have to change your formula because your winning formula will be found out. And England were marked today. Yes, they had a great first half. It was a game of two halves. Yes, they had a great first half, but then Italy had a better second half. And during the extra time, England had the better of the first half, and Italy had the second of the better half.
Yeah. Big shout out to D says, yeah, true, Apollo. Sterling, Grealish wear the armbands for their clubs, train themselves for these moments, and then you don't give them the ability to
and they're not chosen. It's like, if it was me and I played that team with those tactics and it came to penalty shootouts, Grealish, Sterling, Kane, they would have been chosen.
Yeah, I don't understand it, and I never will, and it's not my job to get paid to understand. But
the thing is, though, at least Gareth Southgate has taken full ownership because they were his decisions at the end of the day.
So, guys, that's it from us. All credit goes to Italy. We saw a semi-final where they got run ragged, had 30% of possession against Spain. They went a goal down against England within 2 minutes, away from home at Wembley Stadium with a sellout crowd of English fans. All credit goes to Italy. Well
Italy.
done. We have the last comment of the day, which is to a hidden. I say hidden because we haven't signed the waiver, but someone says it's Bertram Spence, my brother from another mother. Bertram ends this on a final note by saying, you cannot fault players who do not want to take penalties. It's a lot of pressure on players, and some do not want the stick. And now he's going to go through the whole season where he's going to be teased, he's going to be bullied on Twitter, and it's just something that, it's just something that shouldn't happen, and yet it will, because we've seen this happen to Stuart Pearce, Chris Waddle, and the likes who failed in the 90s. They spent over a decade of being bullied by opposing away fans, and there was never. And in those days, we didn't have social media. In these days, it's all in your face. We've seen people get bullied to the point where they've closed down their Twitter accounts just to try and stop it. And I don't know. I'd like to think best, and people have the good intentions, but that's just not what happened. Because I've seen Sterling himself and England players get booed and called racist names on Twitter because of performances. So it's just the world we live in.
That'll start again.
Yeah, it will.
Unfortunately.
Okay, guys. Anything else to add before we close it down?
Well done, Italy. I did say that, I wanted Italy to win. Had England won, I would have congratulated them, the actual team themselves. And it would have actually, shut up certain people talking about 1966, because there are still people who will still talk about 1966. And that is going to go on now. Oh, we haven't done anything since 1966. That's going to happen again. I guess football didn't come home, so therefore Priti Patel wouldn't have a chance to deport it.
Mad thing.
I'm just. I understand what it's like to take penalties. I love taking penalties when I play football, but I know the Premiership has changed and there's a lot of money in it, but I keep on saying, I think there's 2 streams previously I talked about what and how good the Premiership is for England moving forward and the national team. And here we are now at the end of another major tournament where England have lost on penalties. And you have to seriously, I don't want to hear all this talk anymore about the Premiership is the best football. I don't want to hear about this. Our league has to allow our players to be confident in the pressure moments to excel. It's now showing we're going to stop this fallacy about we cannot take penalties at major tournaments. And look at how much money is being pumped into English football, and in the pressure moments, our players are not being able. It's there. It's no lie. It's year after year. This is the reason why we're still talking about 66. How many international tournaments have England gone out on penalties? There's got to be something sorted.
As I said, 22% win rate, only won 2 out of 9.
You have to do it,
which is the worst.
I understand it's a lottery and anything happened, but these things keep happening, and it's like something's got to happen. These players who I know Bertram says who didn't take penalties, these players are on some big money. Some of these guys are captains, and you're going to say to me your captain can't take a penalty in a major tournament, but you're going to be on the pitch. Something's got to change.
Yeah. We've had this conversation in the 90s when we was knocked out of various competitions, and 25 years later, here we are asking the same questions.
Yeah.
And as Southgate has been saying, they've been training non-stop with penalties for weeks now.
if I was the manager and anybody who says I don't want to take a penalty, you're still taking it. You're going to take the penalty. You've been practicing all week or however long you've been practicing. You are taking the penalty. I'm the manager. I make the decisions.
But if you see that person is breaking down with nerves, do you still go ahead and do that? Knowing of that,
maybe not.
Okay, so the question to ask that, if you don't want to take a penalty, are you starting the game? Do you think you can start the game and play 90 minutes? You know, we go into 120 minutes. You go into extra time. You're still going to be on top of the pitch. The point I'm trying to make is you're letting the team down, but you're not.
Yeah.
When you cross the line, we're all together. Yeah. You know, it's not about you don't want to. I don't understand this. This is something we all in this together. Yes, 5 players get the opportunity to take the penalties, and if they score and the other team miss, you win. But imagine if they all score, then it's got to go to the players who didn't want to take it. So it's not a case of, oh, I don't want to take it. You can't do this. It's a team game here, and something's got to change in the mindset of England players. Where you know what, when we, you want to make an England squad, you want to take a penalty, yeah. Every single one of you want to take a penalty because you know what, you want to bring it home.
Because I think if Mancini was managing the England team today, I think that they would have won. But that's just my personal opinion.
But then again, that's one of the things they practice, though. So if you're a bag of nerves, then what
you make the England squad. You must take it. Listen, guys, I'm not messing about. I don't play when it comes to football. You make the England squad. Yeah. You're taking a penalty.
Yeah.
It's simple as not.
You cannot be having this for this length of time. A nation going out on penalties, and the excuses that we're hearing is people. If I'm manager, you ain't getting.
That's where the mindset comes in. That's where the mindset comes in. It's like you've got to psyche. I guess you've got not even. I guess you've got to psych yourself up. You are playing in a major competition, and you know that there's every possibility at some point in this competition it will result in a penalty shootout. Your mindset's got to change. If you keep saying, I can't, then you're never going to try.
Yeah, that's the problem. The mindset is they were all nerves. They were awful penalties, and Rashford's got no excuse because he actually takes penalties for Man United. All of that dilly-dallying and then slowing down or whatever. Come on, goalkeepers. Come on, you can't do that, man. You can't do that. Karen, good to see Karen. I hope you, it's hard to say I hope you enjoyed the game because commiserations, 3 subs and they all take a miss. Yeah, that should never be allowed. And that's, I think, what is going to be, he's going to get chastised for it. Facebook user, which it might be Bertrand, I'm not sure because I've turned off my Facebook page, says, why aren't we pursuing Phillips? Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen a number of quality players. This is why we said, hold tight, Arsenal fans, wait to see when the Euros is over, and then Edu and Arteta would do their stuff. Me and Vincey are massive fans of Mikkel Damsgaard from Denmark. Fantastic. I mean, excellent. Yeah, well, I mean, Calvin Phillips, if you put a player like this next to Thomas Partey, that's all I'm saying. To get the midfield going. Anyway, I digress. He says a penalty is crap shootout. I cannot overanalyze penalties outcome. Southgate put out his penalty shooters and it didn't work. Yeah, shit happens. D says Mancini stands on sturdy ground. Southgate is a kitted. Yeah, as I said, if Mancini managed England today, they would have won. So that's it from us, guys.
Remember,
forget the game. Sorry, everybody, go on.
I was going to say, if Roy Hodgson was managing England, they'd have been knocked out ages ago.
Probably, yeah. True. Because we have to remember, it's Southgate's tactics that got the team to the final as well. So he messed up. It's a mixed bag in the final, but you live to fight another day when your team gathers more experience, and it's only a year away. So we shall see. Guys, well done. Thank you for all you guys stayed with us for over 4 hours. This nearly beats our longest stream ever, which was when we lost 3-1 to Wolves. That was cool. 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm watching. So we're going to shut this off now. Thanks to everybody for enjoying us. You are the guys that makes the stream and you make it enjoyable for us to do. And we are here for you to provide entertainment. So big shout out to everybody. And listen, peace out, right back at you. We'll wait to see what happens. And we'll be back with more Arsenal content for pre-season. See you guys later. Nice one.